Hi, can you hear me? Please, for the love of everything decent. Thank you, Ravina. He's doing well, not as well as he'd. Can you hear me before I start talking? Yes? Yes? Hi, just me. Hi, Ravina. Hi, Jolly Rock Hopper Beaches 101. Bloodbath Rob. Hi, Carolina. Oh, thank God we have success on this horrible day. My father is not doing as well. I mean, he's doing well, but he can't go home today, which is a bummer for him and us because we don't want to hear him complaining. And I mean, of course, we would like him, you know, to be home. But he's doing very well. He just has to wait a few days. Excellent, excellent. Margarita, I tried to send you an invite to this, but if you want to text me the email I should send it through YouTube, I can still try to do it. Yeah. Hi, Tam Tam. Hi, just me. Yeah, unhappy birthday is right. I can't believe how much I'm enjoying Sarah's birthday. Hi, Luminessa. Yeah, let's have a party. So I have a lot of good. Hi, Christina J. Hi, M. Leaves. Oh, I wanted to also share that. Well, I can't share the song that you posted, not posted, but gave the link to, um, because I don't want to get a copyright. But I'll mention it either here or in a video. I just forgot the name of the band for some reason. Or you can post it. What am I doing? Thank you. Yes, Libras unite. Thanks, Margarita. Yeah, I don't think Sarah's glad that someone's enjoying her birthday, Rob. Do you really? Because we know she's not. Or were you being facetious? Okay. I'm so thrilled that you can hear me and that everything is going as it should, kind of, so far. Yeah, let's do shots. I had that bottle of Woodbridge Chardonnay that I drank over the course of several days with help, by the way, and not because I'm not a drinker. I can drink, but that's. And I'm not a wine snob. I don't love white wine, but that's a lot of wine to get through. One or two people, as a matter of fact. But I had kept the empty bottle because I was like, if I ever need to pretend I'm drinking this again, I'm not. I don't want to drink it again for real. And I had an empty bottle of wine that I filled with water. I was gonna pour into it to see how much one bottle is there exactly, because my guess is it's about halfway through the label. But it turns out I threw the empty bottle away, and then yeah, crack that Woodbridge. Modern memes. Hi, CJ. I'm so glad. Lala Tube. Hi, Boom Shiki. It's so funny because some of you I feel I associate with the Lorne streams, and I never know which ones of you are also Sarah Boom because I don't remember where we started. Some of you I do, but I'm not buying it. Hi. I hope it's live. It's supposed to be live. It's all the way live. Yeah, her first birthday at Lowell. I wonder if they are celebrating at Orange County Jail. They're like, thank God we don't have to do another one of those bitches' birthdays here, and hearing her complain the whole time about how no one got her cake. That makes sense that they would go all the way out the deep end. I mean, I'm not a big astrology believer, but I do find it entertaining. And, sometimes they hit it. Yeah, Barber King, it is $16 here, but I live in the heart of New York City. So, they'll rob you without a gun in a liquor store, which 16 bucks for a tremendous bottle of wine is about as cheap as it gets. You get a little cheaper maybe, and it might be a little bit less uptown, baby, but It's pretty cheap. $10.99 when Sarah was buying it, of course. Oh, Jolly Rocker, I didn't realize you were in the UK, or if I did, I forgot. Well, she's been a toddler for a long time. Betty Davis, my dears, hi. Hi, Sin Sliced Bread. Yeah. And he's like, so if you drink this much ethanol and you weigh this much and you this, she's like, how did you get to that? I don't know how you got to that. It's like he just explained it to you. You stupid. Oh, you were Boom Shiki? Oh, you see, had we known. Yep, that's where I am. That's why I talk like this, I sound so sophisticated. I think she's allowed to research. Jenny W. asks, is Judge Jackson allowed to research Sarah? That's the question we all want to know. And I guess apparently Brian's attorney did submit her entire case file, so, or whatever it was, and all of the information about her crime. Yeah, extra delicious delights. She probably might be running out of some money now. I don't know. Yeah, La Tube it is. Good. The closing. Cacciatore. Exactly, Emily. She says 2 out of the 3 Paulson children ended up in the big house for serious crimes. When Sarah and Owens were talking about how obviously the Torres men are so violent and the whole family is, I'm thinking George Torres had like 9 or 10 siblings, okay? So one of them is dead because she killed him, and the other one of them is in prison. So one of them is a criminal. The other 9 or 8, I don't remember, I think it might be 9 total. So the other 8 of them are not. He was, of course, including George in that but Sarah's family, there's one. I mean, the statistics are like, you idiot. I can't. Yeah, I think I mean, I obviously the we can't compare the criminal case court trial to the recent family hearing, but I gotta say that family court hearing brought a lot more than I thought it would, and we have Sarah to thank because and I don't know why I didn't think it would. I guess I didn't know how much she would be able to say, you know. Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, Robin. Robin, thank you. Your comments were so helpful, and I thought that was very interesting about that nutshell series. And also, now that I know there are so many other options, I mean, I know there's a for dummies option, but of course she ain't doing that because she's no dummy. She might post Sarah a cake from Australia. I mean, I can't, I think that, hi, Paula. Oh, Pensacola. I'm just sitting here reading the chat. That's what I'm going to be doing. So, all right, let me get to reading some of your comments because I have new ones now. So I have some ones that from the last video that I want to read. And okay, thank you, Meowgarita. I got the email address. I'm gonna try to do that in a second, but I'm gonna pace myself because we know how that's gonna go. I'll let you know when I send it. Um, okay. Joette Connor said, I heard that Sarah got put in solitary confinement because she can't get along with anyone. Have you heard that? And I said, no, I hadn't. I had at one point, I think. But hi, Dave Gibson. Oh, you're in New Zealand. These people are so far away, mysterious and exotic. Um, right. Family, Carolina, family court judges, they're probably allowed to look at whatever they want. I mean, that decision has been made, right? Hi, Mel. So let let me know what we know about the solitary, if that's a new thing, the solitaire, if that's a new thing or a new one, another one. I'm very glad for that because she's claustrophobic, you know. And the nerve. That's when I watched that interrogation for the first time, and they got to the end where she was like, started talking about being put in the big bag. I was like, okay, we have like a seasoned criminal here and a lunatic and an idiot because who's talking about how who killed someone in a suitcase and is now complaining because she's claustrophobic. Hi, Christina J. Yeah, I don't know. I've seen two different things on whether or not the judge will speak to the son or not. I'm not sure, and I don't know how. I mean, look, I have no idea. I don't know how much they take upon themselves to do, or if they just look at what's given to them and make the decision. My guess is Judge Jackson does not need to see all that much to get a good read on what she's dealing with there. But yeah, you're right, Beaches. Sarah there's got to be, there must have been something must have gotten the wires crossed because Sarah gets along with everyone. Hi, Tin Lizzie. Okay, so that's the first comment that I wanted to discuss because of the solitaire thing and see if anyone knows that about that. Oh, and we have Claire Winston makes a good comment here. I don't know if she's here, but she says, one, has Sarah ever compared herself with a drunk driver? Intent is irrelevant. And two, first of all, I mean, of course she hasn't. For one thing, she can't get drunk. And for two, she's way too stupid to make any sort of comparisons to other crimes or, you know. Two, Sarah's mental health should have been addressed after lawyer number 8 and probably sooner. Wasn't normal. Next court appearance should be the last. Stop wasting taxpayer dollars and address her deepening insanity. I like how draconian you are, and not that I don't agree with you, but I think the only reason why they would pursue, and again, I don't know, like a mental health assessment is if it had to do with being, had to do with her being able to not be fit for trial, which she was. I mean, as fit as, or not guilty by insanity, by reasons of insanity, or however they phrase it. I don't remember. Oh, interesting. But this isn't divorce. Well, I guess yeah, it is. I mean, it's the same decision. That's the decision they were making. I was speaking to Barbara King, who said in her divorce they talked to her children because her stupid ex-husband was contesting everything. I don't like him, Barbara. Yeah, he's 15. He's not a kid. He's not a kid, a little boy anymore. She ruined that. Ugh, so disgusting. When that body cam where she drags him out to speak to the police, he has that little voice. He's such a little boy, you know. I didn't like that. Obviously. Hmm. Hi, Dandy. I see you're a bad influence already, and you probably just got here. Yeah. What Emily says, remember when Lana asked Sarah what it was like drying out in jail, and Sarah went ape saying she didn't have a problem with in the first place. She only boozed up because George made her. Yeah, yeah. And George also, that's the reason why Sarah didn't have any friends, because George scared them all away. I mean, I don't know why it makes me so angry. Like, I get that feeling, just. I'm usually, I can kind of overlook things. Like, I don't really hold on to, but this she has me in a way. Her son should not be made to visit Sarah. That's the thing, is he's not being made, because if he visits her as Brian agreed to or suggested, even his proposed plan, he's not being forced. I agree with you if he changes his mind, which I would be very surprised that he doesn't. Listen, if that kid wants to see Sarah that much, then they should check him out too, because there might be something. Aw, Margarita, I'm sorry you're tired. Dandy is a gateway chatter. It's true. It's not the first time I've heard that about you. Oh, thanks. You are buying it, though. Thank you. I'm not buying it. So anyway, yeah, that's the thing about that Claire Winston said about her mental illness. It's true, but I understand, I get it, but I'm not sure if they can. If, they in that case they would just be doing it to evaluate her for, which they should have done anyway. Although they did that intake thing, which I was pretty impressed with, considering that the experts didn't come up with more after all that. I'm sure Robin, the ADR pro, says, I'm sure that Brian's son only needs one or two visits to the prison. Exactly, to never deal with her again. But that's the problem, though, is that, let's say Judge Jackson grants the one visit a month, and after a month or two, it's like, we don't want to do this. Do they have to go back to court for that? Yeah, Margaret, I know. They are. Yeah, it's very hard to let go of the way these people are, especially since I mean, if Sarah was somebody in my life, I could move on. But, I mean, it's true. I'm bringing her into my life, really. Super Kelly, I haven't seen you in a while. I'm glad to see you. Right, Sarah couldn't keep a job because of George. He could somehow, but yeah, that's right. Yeah, Barbara King. I mean, I don't care if Sarah could get on the internet, but I think it's best for everyone that she can't, including herself. Oh, who was it? I'll find it because I have it in these comments. Oh yes, Dandy, I have seen Shakira flabbergasted. She's crazier. I don't know if she acts crazier, but I've seen that behavior I've seen before, unlike Sarah Boone, which I have not, which is this woman he's referring to is one of these who calls the cops to scare her boyfriend into behaving or whatever it is, and she's a mess. But she's doing this like when a small child has a fit, right? She's screaming and crying and loud and just stomping, and she's not just doing it's not fair. She's losing her goddamn mind. And I've seen other women like that. I mean, not to generalize, but and there are men like that actually. That J.P. Miller has a little bit of that. That preacher, pastor, or whatever he is. Who, if you don't know him, look up J.P. Miller um, on grass, and you'll see him pitching a fit like a baby. Oh, I don't know Leon Lush. There is a Sarah quote for every situation, and and if not, you just you go with not intentional or know that. Yeah, Emily, I think so. Also, I can't imagine. It's very hard to say because people have a weird. Okay, good. That Super Kelly is lurking. Um, People have an odd attachment to their parents for some reason. I mean, I don't get it, but yeah, exactly. His birthday was February the 13th. Actually, I made my first video, posted my first video on the day after his birthday on Valentine's Day, coincidentally. Hi, Monique. Hi, Candace. Yeah, the rigmarole is what's going to get him. I think also Sarah. I mean, the fact that this makes me so angry. The fact, Robin, the ADR Pro says Sarah Bean is going to replace the Oxford Dictionary for the primary research. Can you imagine if everything in our civilization was destroyed except for Sarah Boone's letters? What the next, whatever they are, whatever the next creatures on this planet would think was going on here? Oh yes, when she's doing the DoorDash, the Shakira flabbergasted. Yes, she's. I just saw a recent one on um, dreading, where she's also a mess. She also does that thing that Sarah does, where she's like, "I have to go to work. I'm going to lose my job." I also wait a minute. What was I just saying? I have to rein myself in here. Oh, that's what I don't know if I got an answer or if I asked anyone specifically, but if they want to go back, like after the kid goes to, that's what my best friend and I call her son, the kid. After the kid goes and visits her for 6 hours in prison and he decides maybe he doesn't want to do that again, do they have to go back to court? That's what I want to know. Because there's not going to be, yeah, right. I'm not buying it. I like the dreading. I have to look up this lush character. Um, I didn't know that Shakira was such a gateway chatter started. I'm gonna have to look more into this, I guess. Oh, hi, seriously. On Reddit, there's a thread to wish Sarah a happy birthday. I'm so glad. Yeah, Kenzie is an imbecile and her mother is not helping. Yeah, Lady Macbeth is really good. She's very talented, I think. Um, so here we have B. Lumencroft, who I don't think is here. He's in Germany. I don't know. He probably won't make it, but he might. I believe all motivation is derived from the will of control. Brian, as with every narcissist, she thinks is an affront. It's an affront when a situation is out of her control. I don't think she is convinced of her innocence. On the contrary, narcissists are mostly aware. Yeah, I can never decide. But she thinks if she is convincing enough, she can control the situation. What she deems convincing is what worked with Brian and other enablers in her life. Right. As we say, like she's gotten away with this for so long. This is where the magical thinking from the last episode comes in my humble opinion. Interesting. I'm glad I'm not the only one who had that thought about magical thinking. I mean, it would be okay if I was, but you know. Brian will need to file a petition to terminate parental rights. Oh, so they can't. So then everything comes in, and the guardian ad litem will be used to advance the judge. Okay, so they can't just modify it again because there's no, depending on what the judge decides, in my opinion, there's no way they're going to have, this is going to be it. They're going to have to go back and either modify it or do whatever you do because this is not going to, Sarah's not going to, this is, she's not going to adhere to it. You know, that's my opinion, knowing what I know about Sarah. Bloodbath, why can none of us quit Sarah? You know what? I don't know, obviously. That's why I'm here. And now I don't even know what's, because I enjoy talking to you so much that I'm like, well, you know, that's what we talk about. I'm happy to do that. We can talk about anything, really. But Sarah's, she does. She's got us. She's fascinating. Tell your sister we say hi, Margarita. Yeah, she is something else, Barbara. If it's ordered for him, he'd have to go to court to get it changed. You mean the arrangement the way it is? Oh, that's why he's being reasonable. Why is he being reasonable? So that he can just get it? Because he must have. I mean, Brian listens to his lawyers. I get the feeling, right? Kelly said, I thought my ex husband was a narcissist for years, but after seeing Sarah, he was just an asshole. I was engaged to someone that was the first person who I realized, who somebody told me, I never heard the term narcissist before. And my therapist was like, he sounds like a narcissist to me. I was like, that doesn't sound like a good thing. That's not a good thing. I mean, I hated him really from the get. So there were a lot of things going on there. But um, he was a narcissist. I mean, there was definitely something wrong with him. But he was, I mean, he wasn't like Sarah. He wasn't, you know, oh no. First of all, I want to hear what it sounds like when a bird coughs, Boom Shaky. Oh, look who's. Stop. Y'all don't know me. We know you. Straight A student, former voter, former mother, former wife. You know, she's telling everyone in prison it's her birthday. Yeah, hear me out. But she's telling them that probably every day. Thank you. I'm glad to see you. Termination of parental rights. So you think he was over generous so that they can then go back and terminate the rights? Because, I mean, what he said was that when what they asked him is, I guess what his lawyer asked him was, are you willing to facilitate your son seeing his mom, Ms. Boone, or whatever, however they said it? And he said, yes, as long as he wants to. So I guess that's, I have to slow down the chat, but I don't know how now. So, oh, wow. I wish you could record that. Is she that, she's like a mockingbird? I mean, a bird that mocks. There are a few different kinds, I guess. I like birds. I'm sure she's extremely annoyed, but Margarita, but don't be so sure that nobody's throwing her a birthday party. Innuendo, there you are. I was hoping you would be here because you have an awesome comment, and all of your comments are funny, and I love your name. Yeah, former voter. Hi, Deb. Let's get to Ian and see. I have it here. So that was Lumencraft. Oh, you kidding me? Where is it? Just had it. Hang Yeah, I don't know if Hear Me Out is still here or if he's. Hey, Tanika, you're not that late. I mean, we've just been, we started about a half an hour ago, but it was a slow start. But it was a start. I mean, I was here, the camera was working, the mic was working. How are you feeling, Tanika? What's Beatus natalis? Hi, DLV. I don't know if I said hi yet. Yeah, I think Brian is just too nice a guy, maybe. I don't know. I think he's a good father, and I respect him for that because he's really got. I mean, that's. I can't even imagine. Here we go. Innuendo said, I've always thought she could have brain damage sustained from when she got the black eye. We've all seen the photo. Not from any trauma, obviously, but the amount of Sharpie that must have seeped into her brain and optic nerve, that can't be good for you. I love that comment. Thank you. Karen D. Skywarn said she watched the interrogation twice today. Mad props to you. I learn something new every time. Yeah, me too. It's just, or at least know. I mean, I don't learn anything. I know that's not exactly what you meant, but yeah. I mean, I can't. I would like to learn, but I can't. That's why I'm here because I don't understand anything that happened there or anything anywhere. Yeah, right. You have about 2 weeks left. TikTok. So they'd have to go to court, change the visitation order, and good luck getting her in there. I mean, she'll. That's the problem is, but I guess he can't. He doesn't feel. My guess is that their son did not. Um, Come out just out and say, wouldn't come out and say I won't. I mean, wouldn't meaning he doesn't want to. Just cut off all ties with his mother. I don't know what kind of relationship he and Brian have, how openly they talk about it, but I think Brian is. DLV says I think Brian is as a good father as well, but to offer his son up for monthly prison visits out of the gate is scary. It is. I agree with you, but who knows? Maybe that's what the kid was like. Okay, thank you, Joette. I love the name Joette. Hi, Crystal Lacasse. Yeah, her first. This is her first true murderer birthday, and she's earned it. Yeah, occipital. She just plucked that right out of uh, George's medical records and took it as her own, just right in front of our faces. She really is like a toddler. I've never encountered anyone like Sarah. I mean, I have encountered some horrible people, some crazy people. I've watched some criminals who are, I mean, Lori Vallow. I can't explain her, but at least she knows how to act enough that not. I mean, she's no Sarah Boone. And that is another question I wanted to go over. Somebody, who was that now? Hang on. Asked about why Sarah is not doing any interviews. Like, why didn't she do any, like like Lori Vallow did? Why would Sarah not do any interviews? And I think that's a very interesting question, considering she was so desperate to explain herself. And I remember when Lana was trying to get her with Banfield or whatever it is, Sarah was really not. I mean, she certainly wasn't committing, and we can tell when Sarah doesn't want to do something because it's very clear. But she wasn't, she was stringing her along because what does she care if Lana does all the knocks herself out to make it happen? Oh, thank you, Tanika. Yeah, I'm having wings, hot meal, and delicious delights. Some jumping Java. Thank you. Hyper, what is it? Picantus, right? Automatically not nice. It's just automatically not nice. Something new happened. Well, I guess there were a few new things um, today in the Corey Richins case, which, I mean, the only thing that interested me that I heard, I didn't hear it all, but is that there are some Google searches and they're Google searches with misspellings, which I love because, in the Karen Reed case, I was just thrilled to shreds that they kept reading that Haas longed to die in the snow with the Haas instead of how. I don't know why it just thrilled me. And now my best friend and I, we only say Haas. Like, well, how long do you think that's going to take? Just hilarious all the time. Oh, good, Margarita. I'm glad your sister's going to give you motivation in a cup. What the hell does Sarah need motivation for? I mean, she carried on. She was always finally going to put her laptop away because she needs a break. And then she was going to go lie down because she's so exhausted. And, she was telling her brother that the motivation in a cup lets her do all the things that she has to do around there. Like, nada. Hi, Cupcakes and Cameos. Asking for a friend, are you? Is everyone in the chat going to receive a free fish soap? I mean, yes. I'm going to use my magical thinking to make it happen. Yeah, she guilt her son, of course. I mean, she's the worst everything, and mother. For sure. Just me. I'm hoping Brian will send her a picture of himself enjoying a drink. Do you drink, Miss? Do you want to? Are you asking if he drinks? And Sarah, right out of her face, comes back, yes. Just incredible. Yeah, I think Tam Tam. I think Sarah was mostly sober in her interrogation. Also, I mean, I think that she was. You know, the thing I say about her, like for example, in when she calls cops baby, in the 911, the guy trying to talk her through CPR, she calls him baby. That to me is just someone who's just used to being drunk and used to being around drunk people. Like they tend to, hey, I see, act, you know, like they're hanging out drunk at a bar. Yeah, I guess I don't really. Yeah, I don't need any fish in the shower with me either. A to B, hi, would like photos of all of us for her Bible. I mean, the way she carried on about that. Hi, Michael Hung. That made me so angry. Ugh. Hi, Dave Gibson. I don't know if I said hello to you if you were here. Yeah, Americans killed millions of buffalo for their wings. But, Americans love shooting things, so. Luminessa, Sarah's whole parenting plan to help grow her son into a better human being is going to revolve around fish soaps and bird feeders. Yeah, specifically getting the money so she can buy those things for him, and then we'll see what happens after that. Yeah, well, expected to. I mean, I'm sure there are children visiting their mothers in prison, right? And if there weren't, I don't think Sarah would be Carol that much because I think she's basically just trying to keep up with the Joneses there. Um, and I also think that Sarah feels, my guess, this might be too sophisticated and intelligent a thought for her, although it's not either, but that she may think that involvement will entitle her to money, 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 money. Yeah, she's trying to groom Picanta says Sarah tries to groom her kid into being a good man. Yeah. Oh, so disgusting. And as I think it was Sky Flashed said it was that Sarah preys on good people, and she was surrounded by so many good people. I mean, the Torres family, George, Brian. These are people that most. I mean, generally speaking, you don't find that many good people in a small cluster of someone's life like that. But there you go. I guess those people also don't see, and here we are, the bad, the such bad in someone, which has never occurred to us that it exists, right? Hi, Hot for the Hillside. Right. Hot for the Hillside said, wish Brian's lawyer had put in his closing, Sarah wanted to mold George into a better person too, and look how that turned out. Yeah. The next day, make him a better person. Hi, Roberta Young. Yeah, Brian should not have his son see Sarah unless the boy himself expresses that desire. I agree, but that's not how it works. We know that kid will likely hate his mother in the long run. George was a friend to that boy. I mean, I think best case scenario would be, and the sooner the better, is that her son, comes to that conclusion himself, like with the quickness, because otherwise Brian has to drag him there and back and deal with him afterwards, which I mean will just be heart wrenching because that can't be good. I mean, I wouldn't want to see. I mean, my mother's not a great example because that's hard to imagine, but like nobody wants to see their mother in prison, and especially the way she's going to carry on about how, oh, she doesn't get this, she doesn't turn. Right, just me. If you have a problem with everyone, it might be you. Like, what is the common denominator here? Yes, Jessica Love. Hi. I'm sure that she does know that Brian will be there for the visitation. But who knows what she knows? She's very, very stupid. And maybe she thinks that just like the phone calls, which is disgraceful. I mean, I can't believe that. I don't know. I mean, I guess in one way it's just better for Brian to be like, all right, go talk without. I mean, there's no point in him standing there, really. I don't know. Because the thing is that she, of course, she immediately, and look at the way the control she has from a prison cell or a jail cell. She didn't like when they would be in the same room together because Brian could give his input and she couldn't carry on with her bullshit and her lies and her manipulations. So she managed to get it where he's no longer allowed to be in the vicinity when she's talking to her son. That's just. Yeah, Sarah was never involved in major decisions. Yeah, she's the ultimate splainer, is right, but she never gets a chance to splain. That's her problem. Not in a 58-page letter, not. Yeah. Luminous says Sarah just wants to be allowed to ask questions with the power to demand answers. Yes or no answers, foremost. Most, just yes or no. Most of my questions are yes or no answers. Beaches 101 says, this morning I watched the first responder video again. 5 minutes after the deputy arrived, Sarah's asking to go back inside, step over George's body so she can retrieve her cigarettes and soda. That's right. Well, she immediately starts demanding things. She's thirsty. She's cotton mouth. She's got this. She's got that. Someone has to call Brian. I doubt Sarah will realize Brian is in the same room during their visit. She's too clueless and stupid. Well, she'll have to control everyone. Super Kelly says, I can't even imagine making my child go to a maximum security prison to see his murderer of mom. Me neither. I mean, you know, bad things happen to good people, and there are. I mean, so far I haven't met a murderer, or observed a murderer who's as unpleasant as Sarah Boone. I mean, if my child's mother was tailish a business, we're not going to visit her. That's for damn sure. But hi, Deb H. Oh, good. I think that this between the this morning's video, the one before it, and this, we're gonna have a lot to talk about because there's so many comments and they're so good. Yeah, his football, as just me said, Brian's football season was just cut very short. Oh, Jessica Love. That sounds interesting. I'm not buying it. I heard Sarah regretted leaving Brian. She even told the office Brian wants him to get her out. Did I read that right? Well, Sarah didn't want to get a divorce. She wanted to work things out, but her working things out was treating their marital home like a frat house. She can't admit that she alienated herself from her son because she doesn't understand the word alienate. She doesn't understand the what alienate is, the verb itself, and she never does anything wrong. I don't think so. I mean, in her mind, right? I don't think. I mean, certainly the mother-child relationship, Sarah is completely incapable of understanding, in my opinion. Picantus is when a barfly who shows up with a suspiciously crisp black eye and dry begs for, and then I missed the rest. Yeah, a murderer and a killerer. Just she in that speech she gives at the end where it's obviously hi squirrel when she's obviously reading like her. All right, where were we? Where were we? I have to tell you, this rehab center that my dad is in, it's like affiliated with a church, and there's a bar in it that the nuns work at, like manage and run. They run the bar, and apparently it was started several years ago because one of the nuns also didn't drink and didn't want to get drunk. Apparently, but it's very interesting. I mean, it's hilarious. I of course had to. I didn't have a drink there, but I had to go see it, and there it was. Um, this is Choo Choo Choose You, who I think is here. Hi, Kathleen. Hi, hello, baby. Yeah, the nuns manage the bar. Hmm. It's also it's a two drink maximum. So I wonder what's gone on there that they had to. Choo Choo Choose You says commenting on this pause because I'll forget. I feel you. I said, she didn't even realize that all of her arguments were just basically gripes against Brian. Bingo. I had said that she'd send messages on that tablet with exclusive reasoning that she will show this in court. Yes, now there's proof. This was so smart because I never thought of it in this exact way, but you're right. Here is proof that he's not following the rules. This is why she ended up in this situation to begin with. Her obsession with documenting, I believe her main goal was to tell on Brian, to expose him in open court, and that alone would get her what she wanted. Unfortunately, she did not expect the judge to nip it in the bud with a couple of examples of how the parenting plan wasn't being followed due to circumstances beyond their control by both of them. That is one of the topics that I had hoped that Brian's attorney would have brought up. Her proof that she was harassing Brian and son with what voice she had left. I agree. I still don't think Brian has fully explored and understands how abusive she is and was to him and still is. I don't know if that it's possible to completely really. I mean, he must have so much anger. I just. She also, and I do think he's concentrating, focusing on his son, so maybe that's helping him, like, just. She also wanted more than anything else, like in her criminal trial, to get to read her statement. Yes. And um, the thing about this that really struck me, this comment, is that she did the exact same thing with her the videos in her phone, which she felt showed George as the abuser, even though she's the only one there. I mean, the fact that she thought that these texts to Brian, which are so incredibly abusive and stupid, and she kept saying, "Well, now it's in writing." It is exactly the same thing as all the videos on her phone, and she just used whatever tools she had to be the disgusting monster animal that she is. Hi, Aloha Amor. What a sexy name. Oh, the bar story, yeah, it's a pretty good one. They also at the I'll post I can post a picture of the bar. Um, it's they have a sign behind the bar that says Blarney spoken here. Yeah, Sarah's like herpes and there's no cure, but I mean I don't know. I don't think herpes is that. I don't know. Thank God, but I mean a lot of people can live with herpes. I don't think anyone could live with Sarah. Oh, yesterday was Dan Markel's heavenly birthday. Right, he would have been 53 years old. God. Oh, right. Donna's getting sentenced on Monday. Hi, EDBD. Yeah, Super Kelly. She really thought that I mean, not that they made her look innocent because I mean her innocence wasn't even up for grabs. It was the thank you beaches. Yeah, Blarney sign. That's right. We speak Blarney. Blarney spoken here, something like that. I'll look it up or I'll post it. Um, and it wasn't about her being innocent. It was just showed her as the victim. You know, her innocence shouldn't even be questioned because she senses not Sarah's fault. Brian is such a. No, I missed it. I'm not good at this. Yeah, Brian does have to cover from Sarah. Yeah, his son does too. I mean, I think in a lot of ways, I hope and I think that he has at least tried to, as much as you can, I guess, shelter his son. Thank you, Roberta Young. Yes, I agree. I love it here. Yeah, we do not own Sarah, that's for sure. I agree, Bloodbath. I mean, we don't own Lauren either. Let's not forget. Judge Jackson was appointed on. Oh, this is her first major case? Really? Thank you, Squirrel. Just cause. Squirrel, you're the best. Ravina Denver, I wish they would have gone after the conspirators in the Daybell case like they did. Yeah. Well, yeah, it was. Yeah. I actually hate those people more than the. I mean, whatever. That's not a good group over there at all. Obviously, I know that Jessica. I saw you had asked in the chat, and I didn't answer. It is in the middle of this month. It's not Lauren's birthday. It's not the same. Yeah, Tanika, I'm very excited about the sweet pea thing you got going on. Appreciate you trying to read my sarcasm and just having to drop it. I don't know why, but it's very funny to me. Good. Borborb. Jess has been a child advocate for years with her own experience with narcissist murder her mother. Right. I feel like. Oh, thank you, Karen. Hi. You're the best. I am doing memberships. I haven't dropped the ball on that. I'm just waiting probably next week. I have my reasons that are too stupid to get into. I mean, I'm not waiting for like the planets to align or anything. We have a lot of October babies here. My mother is a Libra too, and so is my best friend. No, I know, Ravina. I know you had that experience, and I mean, I don't understand it. I'm very lucky in that way, but it's one thing for the Latin kings to be criminals. It's another thing for these holier than thou Mormon folk to be up to what they were up to, and just disgusting. And I'm not. There are a lot of very nice Mormons, and I respect all faiths, but these particular people not good. I mean, who someone like Lori starts turning into a total maniac, and you're just like, that sounds like a good idea. Oh, people are dying. Oh well, if God said. Yeah, she is professional. I got a good feeling about. I mean, It's funny because I expected she. Judge Jackson is very soft spoken, and of course, I didn't expect that because I wanted her to. Hi, Sub Rosa. Oh, you got just in there. You just got in there, DLV. Roberta Young is an October baby. No, I don't know if there's. I don't think we can. I think Sarah's former property manager might be wearing the same um, glasses, nose, and mustache that James Owens is wearing now. Oh, you're having a C-section, right? I forgot. Is this your first C-section? I mean, not to get personal, but since we're on the subject. Oh yeah, Sarah Boone thinks her plan. Well, I mean, she just can't. Oh, ex Derek, hi. He just can't imagine that. She can't imagine that. I mean, this is her right. Oh, there was another comment I wanted to read. Actually, I'll find it. Yeah, I mean, it's true if you're dumb enough to. But there are, I think there are a lot of not kind people who are born into that cult. They don't join it. I mean, I listen. I don't know. If I were you, I would feel exactly the same way, and I'm not arguing with you. Let me put it that way. Right, the property manager, Melissa Sexton, was she due to appear though, or did Sarah just want her to appear? That's another thing that somebody had a comment about. Oh, yeah. So it was Distressed M who said, I think in her mind, the whole family court issue is just Brian scheming to avoid his legal responsibilities to pay alimony. She sees the alimony as fixed in stone, and since he violated it, nothing else should be considered as far as her also breaking the divorce decree by being locked up and unavailable to co parent. She doesn't understand the change in circumstances preceding it at all. To her, it wasn't even trying to she wasn't even trying to justify her need for alimony because she feels like duh. It's a duh moment to her. He's obligated. He didn't pay. He should be in contempt. She doesn't understand that the order can be revisited or modified at all. So, as far as presenting her side or how she appears, she's coming from the being in the right. So, she thinks all she needs to address is everything else that he brought up that slanders her character as a mother, not the validity of the claim that she doesn't need alimony. Right, but I mean, except for, yeah, of course, there were a lot of things that she didn't need to bring up, of course, because that's how she does. Oh, and Dan D, you had a very good comment, I think, on today's video about a glass with sand and pebbles and rocks. I'll read that in a second. Orb, I don't know. Do you think she got cake? I wonder if Sarah misses smoking cigarettes. I know she claimed that I remember her telling Lana that she didn't, never liked smoking. She never liked smoking cigarettes. She never liked drinking. I wish that someone in that jury would speak out. It's like everything is working. It's not fair. Everything's working against us. Oh, yeah. Funeral potato Mormons. Better than you Mormons. And is it the prepper more, the end of days Mormons, or the, I don't remember what the highest echelon is, or lowest, depending on how you look at it. Oh, early February is Derek's birthday. He doesn't celebrate his birthday. Respect. I respect that. I don't celebrate mine either, but other people, that's where they come in and they start. I like celebrating other people's birthday though. Hi, Sharon. Can you imagine what that recipe is? Thanks, Squirrel. Yeah, I do. I actually thought about a baby shower for Tanika, and I did. Well, I had a lot of thoughts about it actually, but yes. How are we going to do that? Wasn't I great help there? Yes. How? Yeah. Feed the beast, said Rosa. Juror number 3 is definitely our hero. Just Another Smith says Sarah can't cry even for herself. She hasn't seen her son in person in almost 6 years. She likes the thought of being seen as a mother, but not the day to day responsibilities of parenting, or anything, I might add. Now she's portraying herself as a warrior mom, fighting to remain a prominent figure in her son's life. Absolutely. And she was a warrior protecting him from that beast who she had no choice but to live in her townhome with. She claims she has so much to offer him. Delusional, yeah. Making him grow. I mean, she's got such cool yawns on her. It's eating her up inside because Brian has these great trips with their son. Yeah. The season tickets, and also the fact that she's focused was focused on how much the tickets cost. Like he was, can you imagine Brian? Listen, we don't know Brian personally, but I think we know him well enough. We've seen him enough, heard him enough to know he's not calling anyone and bragging about how expensive his tickets, plane tickets were to Alaska. Oh, Tanika doesn't want to shower. That's what I'm gathering here. That doesn't. I mean, I get it, but yeah, huge balls does our Sarah have. You're right. Hello, baby. I mean, jeez. It's eating her up inside because Brian has these great trips with their son. I think what bothers her about that is the money he's spending on them, and she has no say in where that money is going. I don't think she cares about the trips at all. And he's getting credit for everything good in their son's life. That definitely. Sadly, I think she just uses contact with the son to harass Brian. It's not personal to the child. I agree. Any child Sarah had would be this way, in prison or not. That's just how she is. Exactly. And you, hey, hello, Forever Wonder. And Jandy says, thank God she was able to use the resource, her son's arts and crafts, to keep George's mind off everything. Yeah, to refocus him. I think that, my the last video I did, or the one before that, I said I don't even like saying this out loud, but I just don't think that she loves her son. I just, and I remember when we first learned that she had a son, which was almost immediately, and in her, because she mentions when she remembers to mention him. I remember thinking, and as I've said, like there are plenty of horrible criminals who love their children, like really love their children. And there are horrible people who are decent parents, because they have that love. It doesn't take, you don't have to, like, take a parenting course. But I had the feeling about Sarah from the beginning that that was not the case with her. You just don't get that feeling at all, at all. And yeah, she doesn't. She just, and that's unusual. That is unusual. I mean, even Taylor Business cried when someone was talking about her child in that trial, like, yeah, she doesn't love her son, Erica. I mean, she doesn't have it in her. Hey, Kylie Phoenix. Welcome. Tanika, you said, Sarah counts the money of Brian's parents. That is why she doesn't comprehend that she's stealing money. Right. And also, Sarah's counting everybody's money. And that's what I mean about, like, I hate that. I feel like, hey, Gwen Pigeon, you can't, and VC, and Tin Lizzie, I may have said hello to you. You can't count other people's money. Like, it's none of your business what people, how much money they have, and where they're spending it, and what they decide to do with it. Everything is relative. People are talking about someone they think is rich, and they're like, he pays this for that. And I'm like, you have no idea what his life is like, what his other expenses are like, and it's his money. Yes, of course, A to B. Her business has a child. Everyone has a freaking child. I mean, that she had to do before she cut off someone's head and put it in a bucket and went to prison forever. She had to have a baby. Had to. Hi, Teresa Bell. Sarah reminds me of my mother. She doesn't love us. She tried to kill us and she abused us. She signed cards. The woman who. I missed it. Damn it. I gotta get better at this. I gotta figure this out. There's probably a way I can slow it down, but I'm scared that I'll just mess up the whole thing. Roberta Young, I used to think my belief in Christ kept me from homicidal mania, and then there was Lori Valadeva. Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm not sure. I mean, I do think Lori Vallow believes, but, there's a difference between having faith and having religious delusion or religiosity or whatever they call it, religious psychopathy. Isn't there gluten in honey buns? Maybe medicinal honey buns are gluten free. I think the honey buns Sarah is eating are not gluten free. I This woman drives me nuts. Yeah, I remember my mother actually had a friend whose mother was, you know, a Sarah Boone type, I guess. And the example that she gave was when she would ask her mother, "Do you love me?" Her mother would say, "I love everyone." Wow. I can't believe how many people say, I mean, it's not funny at all. It's horrifying, but it just A also. Hi A says that Sarah reminds her of her mother. Yeah, I believe I've said that too. That George sacrificed himself, not knowingly. Yeah, on a soul level, exactly. I think that it just so happens that George George's death, and I think George was a very kind soul. I mean, I think his family is very kind. I get very that feeling about them. And it was just the twist of fate that something had to put her away because her child was definitely going to get it, or someone else would, which would be, I mean, she definitely would have turned on her son for sure. My theory is, she would have gone to Muldoon's. If let's say she was released today, she would go straight to Muldoon's, try to find a new boyfriend, soulmate, and it would have to be somebody who she could eventually put into a suitcase and kill. That wouldn't happen. I don't think she didn't have much luck there because I think she tried to find a lot of other boyfriends when she was angry at George, and she would turn on her son, and that would be the end of that. Unfortunately, I can't believe how many people have had to live with people like this either. It's horrifying. I mean, I don't know how anyone is sane. I mean, I didn't have to live with someone like that, and I'm borderline crazy myself. Like, I can, not really, but Suma, George was brown. How could he be a good person? Ex Derek, I'd forgotten that part. Yeah, because they had if his name was pronounced Jorge Moore, I might remember it, but the George thing throws me off every time. Puerto Rican, stay Hispanic. God. Yeah, where are your kids, Lori? She's just. Yes, ex Derek is a Latin lover. Right, Winterleg. She put her son in a suitcase, or Brian did, or whatever. But the point is that Child Protective Services came over after that, after she took a picture of her son in a suitcase, and she was well aware of the dangers after that. If she was too stupid to be aware before that. Brown is beautiful. I agree. Robin says, for me, Sarah Boone's scariest texts are those from Lana and Nicole, both of whom she is in prime love bombing mode. Yeah. Interesting. I mean, the ones to her son are, but it's usually just the same word over and over. I mean, she's just a terrifying person. Stay Hispanic. Yeah. Just, I mean, also, Sarah's in everyone's business, She's in they're like, stay Hispanic. Well, what's in your business? What, I mean, not that they have a choice, but, she's just done everything wrong. She's racist. She's bossing the police around. You don't have to do that. Like, why don't you just sit the fuck down and mind your goddamn business because you're ruining everyone's lives. Like, for real, for real. Yeah, that boy Sarah ruined his life. There you go, Roberta Young. Sarah thinks she is superior compared to George and everyone else on the face of the earth. Yeah, she's. I mean, oh, Dandy has to harvest his plant before dark. Good luck. Yeah, I know you're not leaving yet. Thank God. Oh, let me see if I can find that thing from you. Sarah was helping everyone, yeah. You know, I am shocked by how incredibly stupid Christina Pena's statement about her was. I mean, she didn't say anything. I know that she seemed very nervous, and I'm not calling her stupid. I don't know her, but, and I'm sure she, listen, I'm not, I mean, I don't understand anyone who chooses to be friends with Sarah Boone, but what I'm saying is the lack of content there. She had some time. She knew what she was getting up there to say. She couldn't write something down. Like, she had like nothing to say there. And I think it's because there is really nothing to say. Yeah, murdered someone and then tried to get another Hispanic deported to deflect. That was just, I mean, it took me a while to really understand that I actually heard what I thought I heard. Oh, Jessica, I think I may have known you were in Philly. My best friend from the Bronx moved to Philly. She lives there now and she loves it too. And we met in Manhattan, but we both grew up in the Bronx. Thank you, A. That's very generous. Thank you. Where's Pamela Stevens? I just saw someone say good morning to her. Thank you, A. I think that I mean I Sarah is just she's just there's no like there's just nothing to her. She's like an evil like just there's no good there at all. I mean, there's no good in Donna Adelson either, but at least she raised her children, you know? Like, I don't know. I'm sure destroyed all of their lives too, but that's what a lot of parents do. Hi, Lisa M. When I say when I say she's a monster, she's a monster. Also, she says at one point, she's like, "Oh, I wish it's too bad you can't talk to her." Remember in the interrogation, she's like, "Oh, I wish you could talk to her. Too bad you can't talk to her." I don't know if he was talking about the boss or the ex-wife or whatever, but I thought that was a very interesting statement because first of all, Sarah, they're detectives. They can talk to whoever the fuck they want to talk to. So I don't even know what the hell you think you're saying over there. But there was a reason she said that, and I think it was she was probably very happy that they couldn't talk to whoever the ex-wife, and I mean, for good reason. But she was acting as though she wishes they could touch base. You know. Hi, Wendy Williams enters the chat. You know, just I wish you could touch base with her because she would let you know, or you'd see how bonkers she is, or whatever. Interesting DLV says she thinks that Donna had a sincere love for Wendy and only Wendy. Interesting. See, I don't know, I think I don't know, I can't figure her, I can't figure out either, but she's, okay, now I'm looking at these comments so I can try to, hi Moss Mummy. Forever. Oh, Forever Wandering. Wendy Williams. Yeah, I don't know, Roberta Young. I think that it's very hard to say no to your parents. You know, I mean, it depends. They can, if you are brought up feeling that they know better than you do. Charlie always wanted mommy's love. Yeah, and the love of every hooker and, you know, underage hooker, to specify. No one is going to convince me that Donna Adelson and her husband were in Vietnam before to do anything other than bail him out of jail somewhere. I'm the arbiter of what a good song is or not. Oh, Roxette? You mean You've Got the Look? Is that the song? Um, I asked my mother, by the way, I said, have you ever known someone to vacation? Because, you know, my parents, they're very jet setting and sophisticated. My father is from another land, and my mother is a first generation American. I said to her, have you ever known someone who vacations in Vietnam? And she said, yeah, Vietnamese people. So there you go. I'm sure there are people who vacation there, and I'm not dissing Vietnam, but I just don't see Donna Adelson going there. Hi, Quincy. Bye, Quincy. Rodney. I didn't see him before. Oh, that disqualifies my arbiter title? Why? What I do? That was fast. I mean, I barely had it. Hear me out. Oh, it must have been love. Yeah. Well, actually, what I was thinking is You've Got the Look, which is also a Rockette song. And a much better one than Must Have Been Love. Right. LWLW said, I think Brian doesn't want his son to look back and say, my father made me stop my relationship with my mother, when clearly the mother is the reason anything stops. So as long as Brian pretends to be gracious, he'll come out ahead with daddy hating issues from the kid. Without daddy hating issues. Exactly. It's just that's tough to, as we've said, like it's a very difficult game to play when you're just letting someone hang themselves with their own rope. Yes, Rose Thorne said, Judge Jackson should have asked her a very important question. If I gave you a choice of seeing your child or alimony, which would you choose? Hey, Route Irish. You know why Wendy wears the same dress to court? Because she, or what I, maybe probably everyone knows that but me, or knew it before me. Vietnam may be a safe place for women, but that's not why Donna went there. I don't know why Donna went there. I don't know. I don't want to. I have no reason to speak on it in any way. I have no right to, is what I mean. Yes, Hello Baby. Thank you. You see, Hello Baby knows a song. Oh, wait a minute. So you're saying that's the Prince song, but didn't Roxette had a You Got the Look song too, didn't they? Or did Prince write that? I don't know. I don't know why Hear Me Out has to come in here starting problems for me. What do we think of women who fall in love with violent, almost often male killers? I mean, it's hard to generalize, right? Yeah, son or money. That's a good question, right? Son or money. I mean, well, we know what she would pick. She would pick money all the way. I just don't know. It's hard to say, hey, chicken shite, if she's stupid enough to come out and say it. I would like to hear what kind of mashup that answer would have been. I shouldn't have to choose. Oh, Margarita, have fun. You will join in the next live. I hope. We will try to make that happen. Alex Huck also traveled to Vietnam. Yeah. Just, I mean, Prince is better than everyone. Period. End of story. Full stop. How come Lauren didn't know about Vietnamese Philip? Because Lauren didn't have enough money to go to the corner, Roberta. She's got the look, right? She's got the look. Wasn't that the song? Hello, Baby was doing the Prince one, but Roxette's. I'm trying to now remember what it sounded like. I know that song. Paula Nichols says, "Yeah, I like that Roxette song a lot." It must have been Love, but it's over now. I'm not a huge fan of. I mean, it's all right, but I thought that was. I forgot it was Roxette. Picanta says Sarah would make herself the victim for being made to choose. Right, yeah, it would be a regular Sophie's Choice all of a sudden. I have to choose between my son and money that is rightfully owed to me. Oh, you did, ex Derek? Yeah, I love him. I saw him perform in Vegas at in a pretty small venue. Like it was in a casino, but it was like one of their smaller, more private venues. And I was so glad because he's one of my favorite artists, and I was glad I got to see him. He was amazing, and there was, he has all these famous musicians playing. He's just amazing. I love him. I was really surprised when he died. I was like, this, I didn't see this. I don't like this. This isn't good. What do we got to do to get Jen Soto on on this band and accountable? Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question, but I don't think it's. I don't think that they don't want to. I mean, they can. I think they will. Hey, James Booth, on the stand. Well, I mean, we could also start a band with her and try to. I don't know. She's got the book. Do I play casino games? I I'm a chick. I do like the slots and stuff. I lived in a casino for a year. I was working on a show at the MGM Grand. So, and I didn't gamble at all for the first like 6 months there, just because I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna have one of these be one of those people. So maybe I should just stay away from it. But one day I was just passing by. I put two quarters in a slot machine. I won $450, and I was like, this is easy. Why doesn't everyone? But I didn't. I didn't end up getting any kind of like addiction situation. Tried to walk away a winner as much as possible. Teresa Bell has been researching life expectancy in Florida prisons. 1 year of prison reduces your. Damn. Oh well, we'll never know. Penny slots on my jam. You can't find penny slots anymore, Jessica. And I mean, I haven't been able to find a real. Because penny slots, you're just killing time, which is what those machines are for. But now it's like the minimum. I was in Atlantic City a few months ago, or I don't know, a year ago, and we were playing the penny slots. It was like the minimum bet was 100. So now I'm on a dollar slot, basically. Band names, the Pink Shorts. Hooch and the John. Yeah. So, I mean, if you have it in you, you can walk away a winner. You can, but it is hard sometimes. My name is Sarah. My birthday is 22. I don't own a suitcase and I don't drink wine. Phew. Yeah, he's an amazing. One of his albums, he played all the tracks on. I don't know if it was called the Black Album. If, yeah, I don't know. I mean, they must. I think. Don't you think that they want to prosecute her? Did you hear Mr. J's interview with her? I did not get the feeling that he was thrilled about her in any way. I mean, he had a lot of good questions for her, you know. And I also had the feeling, I don't know why he didn't say it, but that he has a daughter around, had, at that time, had a daughter around that age. I doubt that Sarah went to a casino because I don't think she's left Florida really. And I don't, I mean, if there are casinos in Florida, maybe. Is there one at Disney? That seems like a kind of, I don't remember. Right. Thank you, James Booth. I meant to, I don't know if I asked you during our last, you had said something, I think in the last live, about that. And you said that there was someone locked up with her. And yeah, I mean, Lowell does not sound like the greatest place. But I remember someone interviewed who was there saying that the food is really good there. And she gained a lot of, I mean, people gain a lot of weight in prison anyway. But so I don't know what Sarah's complaining about. That she, well, she can't. What am I talking about? It's a medical thing. She just can't digest the food. Who says that out loud and expects anyone to believe it? That it makes no sense. Buttery Chardonnay. Yes, ex Derek. I know you and I will never forget that buttery Chardonnay. That's the other Woodbridge Chardonnay. Now have a buttery Chardonnay, which I also tried in the Magnum size. And I don't know, it tastes the same to me. She will live for, yes. Sarah, people like Sarah, they don't really die. I mean, she will live a long time, would be my guess. Although, that woman who killed, I think, her husband and then tried to frame her daughter with antifree. Now I forget her name, but um, she died in prison pretty young. But she was no Sarah Boone. Even she was no Sarah Boone. Hi, LTB. Hi, Miss Shan. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, to a judge. Whatever it was. Yes, to every horrible thing she said, almost to a judge, she said. And in letters, like when I first started watching Hear Me Out and Next Derek, even if she can't digest food, how is that Brian's problem? Right. Exactly. What's she bothering him for? Everything's Brian's problem. Just hearing some of the first letters she wrote to Brian where she's telling him, be sure you get that money into my account by Wednesday. Yeah, every Wednesday. I mean, the nerve on it. It didn't even occur to her that just. It's okay, Suma. We will get you the buttery Chardonnay. Thank you. I appreciate it. You're always very supportive, and I appreciate that. Um, yeah, it would be sad that Sarah lost so much if she found it sad, but she also didn't really lose it. She gave it away. She squandered it. She saw to it that she lost it all, you know? I hope she lives a long time, too. Exactly. Hello, baby. It's antifreeze. And in her letter, I think it was the suicide letter she wrote for her daughter or something, or she misspelled it and then she said it wrong. And yeah, idiot. What a horrible person she was. Oh, she's in the same dorm, Bravo dorm. I can't scroll up. I'm James. I'm not that sophisticated. Oh no! What? It turns out I can. I'm not going to because I'm also very lazy. But I'm kidding. But now I have so many that I wanted to look at. Band name Magnum size bottles. Ugh, God. I don't know. Did Sarah never go to Disney? Even with it, I can imagine never going to Disney, honestly, but not if you have a child. I mean, isn't that kind of the point of Disney? Unless you're one of these people who wants to get married there and squirrel. Yeah, go get the bar spill mats. That's right. Just bring them right in to the tremendous glass. The wood bridges. Oh, that's a nice name. That sounds kind of like a. I'm still now. I'm looking for. Niece is doing time with Sarah. Lol. Sarah has no friends. She needs commissary money to get herself a girlfriend. Interesting. James Booth, I like your information. I always have. I remember you telling me months ago that you were going to visit her or whatever, and I know that you had said something about someone she was in with who was, I don't know if it was a murder or what it was, but I missed it because that was also before you just 5 seconds ago told me that I can scroll up. I mean, I don't know what's wrong with me, but anyway. Um, and I don't know what you were saying, and now I never will because I'm scrolling back down and that part is over. Oh, just me. If I click on someone's name, okay, okay, thank you. Not doing that either. Kidding. Kidding. Kidney for Lana. Is it too soon? Is the band name you want, Sabrosa? Is that nice? I mean, so the whole thing. I mean, Sarah's. I'm constantly overwhelmed by how disgusting she is, and I don't know why I'm still overwhelmed. Oh, they were getting ready to go to Disneyland when she put her son in a suitcase. Okay. Now, I guess that makes sense. But what do they need a suitcase for? Wasn't it like right? I guess they had to. I don't know. Not that close. Yeah, she is a stunted adult, A. Right. I mean, there are plenty of children who wouldn't do the things that she did. I mean, my God. I think they did zip him. I mean, I don't know. They did it for a picture, and he wasn't zipped up and left overnight. Well, Disney serves alcohol. I mean, they have to. Yeah, CrimeCon is always in not strange places, but like it's never been. If it were here, it would be very convenient for me, but they don't care about me, apparently. But and also most conventions do hit New York City at some point, but they're all the way over where, they're in Vegas now. Next time, yeah, squirrel, yes, way for everything you've done to me. Good luck, Dandy. Have fun. Oh, okay. Thank you. Google the name Mary Rice. She works in the law library and is helping Sarah. Is she? I mean, with help like that, interesting. Oh, I see. So she's also she doesn't just work there, she's also a resident. I We're gonna have to look into this. I would do the Google search on the screen, but I have limits. I'm just so happy that I didn't screw this up completely from the beginning. I don't want to. Yeah, exactly, Margarita. I mean, Lana ruined that friendship and was very lucky to have ruined it, quite frankly. And it's very easy to do. I wonder too about Irish. Maybe it was just in their blood. Yeah, I heard that they say that they're, I don't know, this weekend or the beginning of the week, but lately everything they have predicted has not happened. We'll see. Right, that's what I was gonna say. Hear me out. She's not just a president; she's also a member. Oh yeah, I'm sure she has a birthday month. Squirrel, she's one of those. Inmate Mary Rice. Okay, thank you. Why would she? Why is she helping her though? I mean, she's not helping her, obviously, because hi, Draper. She, it just, yeah, that's right. That was her purpose, Robin. Everyone has a purpose for Sarah. Otherwise, what's the point of them? Flying donkeys. Thank you for joining us. I'm not buying it. Thanks for hanging in there. We'll see you soon. I know I try to, I mean, first I try to get a live going that works and put, you know, do things at different times because. So Lana and, well, Lana and Sarah broke up because Lana started befriending, if we can even call it that at that point, I guess, um, talking to Tanika. And that's all that it took. Yeah, exactly, Teresa. Of all the people to help, why her? I don't know. But, I think I feel differently about it in Lana's case than I do in the others, just because, for a few reasons. But she was a sitting duck. I mean, they were both in a similar situation for very different reasons and very different reasons in a lot of ways, but they were both kind of stuck prisoners. And she had an interest in true crime. Maybe she thought, I mean, listen, nobody expects Sarah to be the way Sarah is, but did you already talk, for everyone, did you already talk about why it might be Judge Jackson hasn't ruled yet? I'm assuming it's to ruin our lives. I don't know. We haven't talked about, I haven't seen any chat about it, but I don't know how to scroll up, so. Band name Helen and Keller. That could be like a duet, like Simon and Garfunkel. A duo. Yeah, I think the whole submission was late, definitely. I mean, we said that from the beginning. There's no way that thing was going to be on time. Yeah. And we also knew it wasn't going to be 5 pages because that we know. We may not understand her completely, but yeah, I don't think anyone would think of um, Sarah as a great candidate to go to when you need a kidney, though, right? Hear me out. I mean, I don't know. You know how many people are on that donation list? Yeah, I do too, Sub Rosa. That Larry includes the Lana. There's so much. It's really interesting when you think about it. What has gone on in the with her craziness. Yeah, I agree. Luther Rose Lana was a giving. There are people who are givers and takers, and usually they hook up because yin and yang. BCat Blues said, "I think Brian is trying very hard so he can do the right thing by his son. I doubt very much he has a soft spot for her." That's what I tend to think too. I can't imagine a soft spot. I mean, she brought strangers into their marital home while their child was sleeping more than once, and they were all drunk. I just, oh, I'm not buying it. Says it was just a lazy gamer who dubbed her deaf and blind dogs Helen and Keller. I don't know. Someone had said it was ex Derek. Someone had said it was me, and someone had said it was SKR. So now we've almost covered everyone. It wasn't me. Danielle. Sunday Funday said it's great to see Sarah behind bars for her birthday. Yeah, and everyone is kind of talking about wouldn't it be great if she dropped the final decision today, but I don't think that happened. It wasn't you, Eric. Yeah, I didn't. I think we may have discussed it because I asked you, but maybe it was Lazy Gamer. Lazy Gamer gets very upset about uh, Sarah. Sometimes I worry about him. Yes, Lana was generous with Sarah on all fronts, as Tanika said. She was also the smartest of, yeah, I mean, hands down. Yeah. Oh, maybe it was polynomial purebred. I don't know. Hear me out said it was polynomial purebred who first said used Helen and Keller. Negative birthday wishes earned. Hey, Kathy. Oh, so maybe it was polynomial. We'll have to ask her. Hi, verily rude. You do? It's Vapresso. Right, you can't. I don't. Well, I mean, you. I guess you could force him, Moth's mommy, if a 16-year-old boy or 15-year-old boy to visit his mother if he doesn't want to. But why would you, right? I mean, I guess they're, as a few people have said, he may have even offered such a generous arrangement with the thought that, I mean, listen, Brian must be a very patient guy. DLV, yes, I think a collab would be great, and I'm sure we will be doing many different things as time goes on. I hope so. Yeah, Rad Iris, that's right. If we go back, unless it's in the chat, but I guess we can also read the chat. One of the ways that I think it was actually the video that live that I first saw ex Derek and Hear Me Out was he was reading the letters, Sarah's letters to the judge, and I would die laughing every time because every once in a while, ex Derek will just start screaming. She wrote this to a judge. To a judge. Hey, pretend judge. Yeah. Happy birthday, Sarah Boone. Yes, Lana was very compassionate. I agree. I don't think that, and I would have had so many questions for her. Yes, Rosa, wasn't that great? That the South, I love those videos that Danielle does. Yeah, I don't know, James. That's the question, really. Like, I personally don't see. I mean, a few things. First of all, my interest in true crime, have no interest in meeting any really the criminals, not just really like at all. And if I was going to befriend someone, it wouldn't be someone. If I even if I had to choose from all the criminals, the last one would be Sarah Boone. But I guess we are very curious about her, so maybe that's how her curiosity presented itself. Somebody says, "Ex Derek, you scamp. What did he do? What did he do?" Meow Garita is hear me out. Yeah, she went through, as Tanika said, she went through George's phone because she was scared of him. And control, yeah. She's such a monster. My God. Do I have a favorite book related to the theme of this channel? No. I just thought it was a funny name. I didn't realize that people would take the middle of it and think that it was something pornographic. It never even occurred to me. But there you go. I mean, most people don't, but every once in a while. It's funny because when Hear Me Out and I did our first like collab, um, of the first two maybe, there were a lot of people coming in and being like, "I don't like her, I don't like him," and there was like a whole problem, and then it just completely died down, and that was the end of that. People, I saw a comment on a recent video of someone saying, "This is not an airport. You don't have to announce when you depart. Just go." That's true. Not everybody appreciates Latin, like Sarah Boone. Yes, I mean, I studied Latin, but my father graduated from, he got his PhD and graduated. No, it was his, not his PhD, but I guess he graduated from college, magna cum laude. So that's the first time. I mean, that's how I knew that particular. I mean, I've heard it since, of course, but that's was my introduction to it. Yeah, if ex Derek starts going to Latin camp in Vietnam, we're gonna have some questions. Yeah, I don't like him either, ex Derek. But how else are we gonna get together? Yeah, people are, are rude. I mean, I I encounter it very rarely, which is great. But I love how Jackie Saint Germain calls Wendy Sumacum dumpster. Yeah, she's so Rosa. I think it was must have been you who told me to watch her, right? And you were right. She's great. I mean, she's very invested and very smart and very funny. Yeah, exactly, Tanika. Find something else to write. Like why? I just don't understand why. I mean, I personally try to avoid hurting people's feelings at all costs. Now, listen, I mean, I will talk about someone behind their back if it's someone I don't like and I want to talk about, but I would not try to hurt their feelings to their face. Yeah, the conjugations, moths, mommy, and declensions are a nightmare. It's like a puzzle. It's almost not a language. It's. Now boarding at gate D10, flight 101077. Colleen Michelle Crystal said, "Someone asked me to remember that a certain event was occurring on 1010. I replied, I'll definitely remember that date because it's Sarah Boone's birthday. I'm happy to be amongst like minded people celebrating 1010 in the best way possible, watching, then discussing your latest Sarah Boone video." Thank you. Christy P says, "I keep writing or typing 101077 when I write the date today." That's funny. Yeah, now I'm mad and I'm leaving. It's like, bye, Felicia. Also, the reasons they give, and it's like, who, I mean, Cool Brighter said monthly visits. It will take maybe one visit before the son refuses to visit. Brian can say, I tried to follow the directions, but she's horrible to him. Apparently, since son isn't a party to the final decision, he won't be held in contempt, per Hear Me Out. Brian tries to show his son how to treat a monster or a mother, and Judge Jackson will definitely see this. Yeah. DJ Fortune says, I was drinking a glass of water when the picture of James Owens popped up. That was not great timing on my part. Sorry. Here we go. Dan D, who has now left. What he said was, this is very smart. There is a popular analogy where a professor used an empty glass to represent a person's life and used rocks, pebbles, and sand to represent problems or issues one could face in life. Large rocks were core issues like family and health. Pebbles were secondary but important things such as a job. And then the sand represents all of the small, unimportant things like chores and possessions. The point being that if you fill your cup with sand, then there's no room for rocks and pebbles in your life, and you become consumed by spending your whole life on things that barely matter. Sarah's cup is a leaky plastic wine cup from the dollar store, and she is constantly shoveling in more cat box sand to keep it full to the brim. Yes, I love that. I thought that was so smart and correct. Yeah, Sarah is a very uncute toddler. Yes, Meow Garita is a film historian. See, I don't think that Nicole Kessinger had anything more to do with it. I just don't like her. Oh, good. You're still here. That was a great comment. Thank you. Yeah, someone else said that James Owen disappeared back to his coffin for 100 years after representing Sarah. Yeah, he'll be back. Yeah, I wonder what they're going to talk about too. Verily rude. I mean, well, his girlfriend and how he shouldn't curse so much, but his father lets him. Yes, A to B. I would like to speak to some Sarah's old classmates and neighbors too, although There was that interview with that classmate of hers, and kind of boring. Right, Candace. James Owens did get, I guess, his name in the law books. See, Robin, I've never heard that rock, sands, and water thing. Maybe I'm the only one who doesn't know it, but I doubt it because my that's what my father studied, Latin and ancient Greek, the classics, and he's a nerd, smart nerd. I really do picture Owens walking around in that, thinking no one would recognize him. Also, I don't know if Tanika is still here, but someone, and I will remember who, at some point, told me that pleated jacket that he had was from Finger Hut, which is the last place I would have thought to look. Not that I thought he got it from Hermes or anything, but Finger Hut is kind of random. Finger Hut means thimble in German. See? You learned something here. Unless you knew it already, then you didn't. Right, the friggin' Pope. There's always new. Candace says the thing about Sarah is that she is so completely unaware of how shitty she is. Yeah. If she saw someone else doing the same thing, I think she would think what we do about her. Yeah, I mean she can't see it in herself, and she is so unforgiving. I mean, she holds everyone up to such high standards. I mean, she would cheat on George any chance she got, but he couldn't do, and that is not a great example maybe because in romantic relationships people act differently than they do, ethically in the rest of their life maybe, but she's horrible to everyone. I hope Sarah continues to write letters too. I've just given up. I'm powerless against her. I don't think they're supposed to, Verily Rude, I don't think they're supposed to talk about. I mean, I guess he could give an interview, but I don't think he's supposed to make any money from it, so. Yes, Tanika, the sidebars are telling with those, that, them. But didn't they say that he can't? I mean, he's as slimy as it gets, that Owens. He'd go, I mean, if anyone deserves to represent Sarah, it was him and the other one. Hey, Shannon. No finger hut for me. I didn't even know they had. Yeah, no, it wasn't you who told me, but it was somebody else who told me, and I was gonna. I didn't tell you because I think you had already found the jack, but I remembered you were looking for it. They don't have it anymore anyway. I looked, of course. That jacket was nice though. When he put it on, I was like, maybe that's why he did this whole thing, so he could just show off that jacket. Oh yeah, Sarah's gonna write for. Sarah is going to write Judge Jackson for sure. No matter what she decides, it won't be good. She won't be happy. Yes, Margarita, let's do it soon. Thank you, Squirrel. I said, hear me out and who? What is the same? MGTA? What is that? Hey, Shiloh. Yeah, she is despicable, vile, disgusting piece of human trash. I don't know how she got such a high opinion of herself, but yes, just me. You can pay. My best friend started getting their catalog, and she was like, "Do they actually think I'm going to put a payment down on a red velvet cake and ever pay the rest of it. I mean, once it comes and it's gone, like, I'm not doing that. Contrary to popular belief, James Owens is still a member in good standing with the Florida bar. Next week will be 39 years since he entered the practice. Look at these people knowing things. Interesting. Well, I mean, I think he's in good standing, right? He just probably hasn't paid his dues or whatever, which apparently isn't that big a deal. And maybe he has. I don't know. I have no idea where. I thought I kind of picture him like living on a deserted island somewhere. Yeah, Cashman got her that deal, and he kind of made it sound like it was his doing. You know, he didn't. He really didn't. I mean, what he did was he was lacking in ethics enough, or just I don't know, to well, yeah, to get this over with. And but I feel as though he could have helped himself a lot, and he would have probably had to have been somewhat. I mean, what he should have done is instead of saying, I believe that everyone deserves to be represented, and I've never heard of such a thing that someone not represented in a murder case, and so I've got to do it because no one stepped up to do it. What he should have said is, I believe this trial has to take place, and I'm here to facilitate it and make sure that justice is served. That's all. He should have said he was just, going to be the lube in the legal process. Yeah, hello, baby. I don't know if she knows it or not deep within herself. And there have been so many good, smart comments saying both, potentially, you know? Oh, oh, right. Yes, squirrel. Listen, I've never seen them in the same room together. Really? I'm sure it was uh, Xanax, Michael. Would be my guess, but I don't. I stand by the fact that I don't think that. Rod Irisuma, do you know why Owens objected during Jay's closing argument? Oh, you mean because of the outburst that George's mother had? I think it was because he felt that there should be a mistrial because of that. So I don't think that Sarah would ever have her act together to get a prescription monthly for Xanax. It's a triplicate, so you can't get refills. You have to go, usually talk to the doctor, or at least every few months. That she's not doing because she's not, you know, putting shoes on and going to see a doctor. I don't know what kind of insurance she had, but um, and she didn't have the money even with insurance. I don't see her. I mean, if a magnum of Woodbridge is $10, that's going to be the first choice there. So I don't think that I think she had Xanax sometimes. I don't think it was in her car. I think that was just a lie. A lot of people say that when they want to, not be arrested. That's right, Verna. She really thought she could try to get the jury to believe her and send her home, and she never once thought of her son. That's right. Because I mean, she just didn't think of him ever. We can see it in a million different ways in all of the footage we have of her and all of her letters, and just she never thinks of him. Never. It's so sad. No, the closing argument, he had a sidebar. I don't know. I have to watch that again, I guess. Oh yeah, Jessica Love, we can. Um, I mean, that's all I want to do is Sarah Boone, but he's always. I mean, and I like watching and doing Lorne with him because everyone's enjoying themselves so much. Thanks, Michael. Do you agree, right? Like, I just don't, she just didn't have an organized enough life to fill a prescription and, you know. What I want to know, the mystery that I want an answer to, is why she got her booze at Publix when the Walgreens was closer and sells booze there. I mean, they had Woodbridge. Why, for the same price? Why would you go to Publix? Walgreens was right there, and so was the place where she buys her cigarettes. So I don't get it. When Owens objected to the state's close, I just chalked it up to somebody getting up on the wrong side of the sarcophagus that morning. There maybe. Yeah, we could do something tonight. I don't know if he'll be able to, but I don't even know what time it is. I'm just so thrilled that we're getting to hang out. Oh, that's right. Maybe they just kicked her out of Walgreens. That was one of my theories, actually, but I forgot it. Yeah. Sky Flash. I love you, Sky Flash. Says, I'm guessing that she didn't like somebody that worked there and they didn't like her either. That's a given. She didn't have to get banned by the stank guy from everybody. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that is what I said to him. I was like, the only guess is that she got kicked out because Margarita, Meowgarita, and or hear me out. Who who eats steak and potatoes cross-legged on a mattress? Who? I mean, where do we start here? First of all, Sarah wasn't making a steak for anyone. Second of all, if she made a steak, it would be so disgusting. That's that's also the only reason why he would have. I mean, none of that happened, obviously, but I could see him looking at that steak and being like, "I must have you right now on the steak and potatoes because I cannot eat it. I would rather actually have sex with you than eat this. That's how disgusting it is. So stupid." Only white trash shops at wine at Woolworths. Sarah's genteel lady. That's true. That's true. You make a good point, Candace. Tanika too says maybe Publix had a point system. Oh, or a frequent buyer program. Maybe, but even that, is she organized enough for that? I wonder. We got to get to the bottom of that because it's going to drive me crazy. Maybe she would alternate between stores to seem like less of an alcoholic. Maybe. I used to spread out my cannabis store visits. Yeah, it's possible, but I don't. Maybe. I figured that's what she sends George for. You know, she goes with him once and then. Did you go with him that morning? No. No. You see, what we do is, and then she starts a whole thing with all the arms and. She's so crazy. Oh, steakums. Of course, you can still get steakums. Tam Tam. Yeah. Right, Shannon? I mean, that's how bad her food was that he would actually rather do something else very disgusting than eat it. I mean, she may have made a steak, but I'm sure it was gray. Just ridiculous. And also, I mean, listen, I'm not judging, and, we all do things, but of all the things you're going to eat in bed, all right, you're watching a movie, popcorn, whatever the hell people eat, but steak and potatoes, you're bringing that up to the. None of that made any sense. It's so stupid. The whole thing was so fucking ridiculous. Oh, pretend judge says, but Publix usually does BOGO sales. Okay. There you go. But, all right. Right, DLV, that's true. I mean, that's just one of the many things he forced her to do. And that was on their first date alone, which is ridiculous. Any thoughts on the sacred space of her son's room, Michael Huang? Why do I try to pronounce things and then I make it worse? Um, Yeah, it's ridiculous. I mean, she's got a lot of nerve because she hardly ever had her son there, and we saw those doorknobs. That place was in pretty pristine condition, considering Drunky the Bear lived there, right? Nobody beaches 101. Even people who eat almost everything in bed don't need a steak dinner in bed. It just makes no sense. She didn't have food stamps, I don't think. I don't think she's organized enough for that either. Hey, Jab. Pretend Judge has eaten steak in bed, but she has a one-story house and has never stabbed someone with a steak knife. Or I would imagine put someone in a suitcase. Yeah, what made it sacred? The sacred space of my son. Everything she says bothers me. Townhome, stairwell, which is the wrong. I just. Yeah, the sacred space of my son. As if, I mean, she paints this monster who came in and just took over. I mean, if he was such a monster and I wanted to take advantage of someone, why wouldn't he pick someone better looking who had some money and no kids, you know? Innuendo. Having sex with Sarah was a huge mistake. You are very clever. Trish and the Tupperware collection. Brand name stab wound. Missed steak is pretty good too. Yeah, an underdone potato and a too well done steak. Exactly. Just, I could see her boiling a steak, you know? Yeah, includes his budget for gifts to any native tribes he ran into and sketches he made. Mark Draper says that's why she hid in the shower. No one would expect to find her there for any reason. Yeah, disgusting. I also like when she's like, and I was waiting for quite a while. So then I was like, well, I'm done. Just, I think that's when George started packing and was like, this bitch is hiding in the shower. I'm gonna get to going. But none of that happened, of course. So. Yeah, Sarah, Skyflash, Sarah played pranks too, not just games. Yeah, Sarah is one of those, you know. Route Irish, I want someone to interview Boo or Ben too. I don't know who they are, but I have my sights on Ben in particular because, well, Ben was a gentleman. We know that, which George was not. Oh, Deb H says she heard her say that she did have food stamps. Hmm. A lot of people use food stamps to buy steaks and sell them to buy alcohol. Yes, a lot of people here do that. Oh right, key limes are from Key West, right? I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, Chicken Shake. Keep the names coming. It may have been Brian that said that. I'm so glad I stopped sneezing. Last night I got home, I immediately had a sneezing fit, and then then I was like, it's disgusting. I'm better now. Yeah, Picantis. Kathleen. Band name Divorce. Hit song Brian. Chad Daybell, his letters are, I don't know if any of you have, I'm sure many of you have been privy to them, but first of all, he is so boring and he's not bright at all. I mean, I hate him. I hate him. Yeah. And that's, even if it's the same leg, that thing they show, I don't think is, well, now I don't know because we had that conversation, then I didn't know what I was looking at anymore. But the story is definitely a lie, obviously. Why eat steak when you have cirrhosis of the liver at home? Right. Why eat hamburger when you've got steak at home? Why eat steak when you have cirrhosis of the liver at home? Yes, Route Irish. Everyone's jurors do interviews except for Sarah Boone's. It's like everything is stacked against us. Hi, Reby. No, she didn't pay for any of them, but she didn't say she. I mean, she can't. Sir, she has no money. Yeah, told Brian or Nicole, I guess, or her brother. Hi, Amy Royco. That's right. Amy Royko says that when the police show up, you can tell right away that she's horrified because she doesn't want to get into trouble, not because George is dead. Not a tear shed for George, ever. Not a tear shed for anyone. Like I said, even Taylor Business started crying when the judge or a lawyer or whoever it was started talking about her child. Not Sarah. She didn't mention. I mean, other than her son's sacred space and all that, during her allocution, did not mention her son at all. Didn't thank James Owens and his team. I mean, just she's just. Pluty Hooter says, I wonder if any of her floating apes sent Sarah some malicious delights for her birthday. I mean, if they know it's good for them. If not, they're not going to be her floating apes anymore. Oh, yes, Malt's mommy. It's Wise Words, I think. Right? That read Chad's books. I love that channel. She is so smart and good and funny. Wordwise, that's what it's called. Wordwise. Yeah, they were just terrible. I mean, yeah, they made me livid too. Forever Wonder. I mean, and honestly, talking about her getting regular premenopausal symptoms and using, and as much as I cannot stand Chad, that daughter of his, I'm not thrilled about either. I gotta say. I mean, yeah, Laura Porter. Uh, I remember that. What Tanika's saying about the flying monkeys going to jurors. Just, I don't understand why Sarah Osis of the liver innuendo says. You see, clever. Mark Draper, which dog was luckier? Helen for not seeing her or Keller for not hearing? It's a toss up. It is a toss up. I think, I mean, Helen may have been faking being deaf, just kind of, I don't know. Chicken Shade says it's bullshit, but Honestly, I think the jurors that were messed up by it. Imagine a fleeting glimpse into Sarah in that much depth. I would be messed up. Yeah, we are messed up. Look at us here on one of the unholiest days of the year. Ravina Denver says to Forever Wander, she had to die, and it wasn't all because of Lori either. Chad was very invested in being seen as a prophet, and that was one of his biggest predictions. Yeah, well, Chad was willing to be seen as a prophet as long as someone else did his all of his dirty work for him. Yeah, his books are just terrible, and the personality and the looks of a thumb. Yes, Mark Draper. Trick question. Both had to smell her. Yeah, and dogs have a very strong sense, so that's plus your other senses become stronger. So they were really living in hell. That's right, Picantus. Going up to in Chad's letter, he says that his beloved wife, may she rest, went up 2 pant sizes, and next thing you know, dead. Also, really, that's what you're saying in front of Jesus and everybody? I mean, talk about going up in pant size, Chad. Right, it's true. Tanika says we've had years to process the madness that is Sarah. Poor jurors had 2 weeks of shock boon therapy. I mean, can you imagine? I can't. Thank you, Beaches. Oh, are you really boarding a flight? I thought maybe you were just announcing your departure. If you are boarding a flight, fly safely. Yeah, the dogs, I'm sure, were terrified of. That's one of the worst things about her is that she had animals. And, she had a whole menagerie there. She had her dogs, Helen and Keller. She had mice, I think, and something else, and something else. Her son had like a lot of different pets in that house, which is not a good idea because, I mean, there's no way they didn't starve to death or almost starve to death. Terrible. Yeah, he's had many near death experience. Yeah, he's had many near death experiences now. Oh, I mean, just the suitcase video alone and being on that jury. Can you imagine? Right, Margaritas. Tammy did die of menopause. It happens a lot. Idiot. Idiot. Heightened sense of smell or not. Yeah, those shorts. Oh, disgusting. James Booth says the jurors thought they were in a sci-fi movie. For real. Like, they must have just been like, is this, are we being punked? Like, am I in candid camera? What the hell's going on here? Is this real? Meow says, she would guilt her son and be like, your mice miss you. Yeah, she would, except for she didn't want him over there. And she probably couldn't find them anyway. Yeah. I mean, I will say, James Booth, when he talks to her, he comes back with the stuff, I'm usually too slow to catch it. But now we've got the good info. Robin says, I think Chad didn't think he had to write more than a couple of letters because he was ascending as a member of the Rapture. Perhaps. I'm sure he'll be writing more. Emma is very, very suspicious to me. I do not like Emma. I wouldn't like her no matter what. I don't like her voice. I don't like her face. I don't like her at all. I don't like her lying on the stand. I don't like her. Ugh, just disgusting. I mean, poor Tammy had to be married to that fucking idiot for all those years just for this to end, and then her daughter to turn on her, like defend him so adamantly. Ugh. Yeah, Jay did punk her hard with the suitcase demo. Michael Hang. He really he's no. Well, what did he say? No, the bat will speak for itself. Yes, George made her experience urinating on herself, which is how we know that she habitually peed all over herself, which is not a surprise. Yes, Kathleen, that Laura Owens case is something. Yeah, yeah. Brigham Young. Exactly, just me. She was tired of carrying his ass. Yeah, Emma is scary, and she sounds like a. She's like something out of a horror film. Oh, she knows Katie and Dahlia. Oh, you've got good intel there. I don't really care about Katie and Dahlia though, but they're similar types actually. How in the world would you make somebody piece themselves? Well, he's Hispanic and they do the things like that. They have a way. Well, Colby is different. Lori is very different from Chad, though, also. And, I mean, I don't know. I guess Emma was very close with her father. The fact that she didn't seem to have any closeness or feel any affection at all for her mother, I don't understand. I mean, Sarah Boone's son seems to have some love for her, but this bitch is up on the stand talking against her mother. I don't understand it. Ugh, it's terrible, Ravina. Yeah, I mean, Pluty Hooter. Which one of you cowards pissed my pink shorts? I have to look for that search warrant video, that Laura. I haven't really looked. I know about the Laura Owens case, but I haven't looked into it at all. Yeah, you're right, Tanika. She has. Lori Vallow does have that feral kitty. Full stop. And the dancing videos. I mean, she's got her ways. At least I see it there. At least I get it. I mean, she's dynamic in her own way. Right, Bacantis. The same way you make someone experience getting arrested, charged with second-degree murder, being laughed at, and now prison. That's right. That's the same way. I wonder what snack Sarah Boone will need to avoid her perimenopause symptoms. Yeah, probably the same ones as her glucose concerns. A bowl of warm water at a sleepover. How do you make so? Oh yeah, I don't know if that actually works, but I remember hearing that if you put someone's hand while they're sleeping in a bowl of warm water. Tanika says, judging by her face, Sarah is already in menopause. She was like Perry when she first went to jail. Yeah, she's a mess. I mean, that face. Carolina says, Chad Daybell killed his neighbor first kill, and Lori Daybell killed Joe Ryan. He killed his neighbor. I don't remember that story. I mean, I vaguely remember it. Oh, the elderly man, right? Is that what it was? Okay, innuendo. Work and lurk. We will all stay Hispanic. Oh yes, hear me out. I remember us talking about Laura Owens actually because I was asking you for that channel that I had subscribed to and then somehow unsubscribed and now I'm subscribed again. That woman who talks about her a lot. Yes, yeah, I will take your advice. He says not to get into it until the trial starts because it will drive me crazy. Yeah, just me. He's not going to mention the hooker ever. I don't think. Chad in his letters. Crazy. The friggin' Pope says, don't touch those honey buns. Those are prescription. Yeah, don't overdose. Michael Huang has calculated her BMI. We are an odd bunch. Yes, Forever Wonder. Sarah's face does look like it was removed and reattached. You're very right. Yeah, she does have a face that's begging to be rearranged. Chicken Shade found the perfect mix of Halloween chocolate bars and has no teeth left. Hey, it might be worth it, you know? Hi, LTB. Some kind of face off scenario. I can't keep up either, LTB, if it makes you feel any better. And someone just taught me, James Booth just taught me that I can scroll. I mean, I know that, like I do that when I'm in a chat, but somehow, you know, I don't know. Stay Hispanic, Margarita. I'll talk to you later. Kathy. It's funny. A face we love to hate is right. Bye, Margarita. Like the Arnold Schwarzenegger woman face in Total Recall. Yeah, Runkle of the Bailey, and there's also that other. I don't remember. It was Hear Me Out gave me the. I forgot again the name of the channel that I think I saw covering her. Margarita says that if you eat bananas to help your memory, the weed will cancel the banana. Well, then you should break even. Yeah, Carolina. Sarah hadn't, she first didn't shower after she sat in the concrete all day after killing George. Of course she reeked. And Sarah loved to sit on the concrete. I mean, she was, she's disgusting. It's face in need of a fist in French is an expression that's tête à claque, which is head, basically a head made to be slapped. I don't know it in German. I don't think. This is more in need of a ball gag, or both. Might be the German expression, actually. I haven't tuned into Runkle in a while. He is great. He was great during Johnny Depp, and he was great during his Sarah coverage. Was hilarious when they show her standing there doing that like weird smile when she's waiting for the sidebar, and he's like, "Don't do the face." Hi, Glass Bandicoot. I knew what you meant, Carolina. Oh yeah, I saw that friggin' Pope. That I didn't see the video, but I saw that he had one out about Janet Brown. Rose Reeves, hi, says, "Does anyone think Billy Lane ever recovered? The lawyers quit that. The lawyers quit. That poor man was stuck with her." Yeah, I know, and I hope he made good money. I'll say that much. I mean, these people worked so hard so that this bitch could do absolutely nothing but complain. Hi, Miss Rex Murphy. Oh, because of my sirens? I don't hear even notice them. I'm sorry if that's what it. Ravina Denver says I spent all my YouTube time with ex Derek. Hear me out. Suma lives or watching more Lorne. I really need a new obsession. He's so boring and disgusting at the same time. If you're talking about Hear Me Out, he might be in the chat. Just kidding. I'm hilarious. I do want to know who you're talking about, though. Right, the copyright lawyer and, yeah, Janika. Yeah. Runkle was the first that said, one of the first you heard say that she was waiting for Brian to help her dump the body. Yeah. I mean, that's very possible. I believe that more than I believe she was trying to frame him somehow. Because also that would be, I mean, she's too stupid to think of anything really. She was just calling him over there to have him deal with it because she. And you know that Brian told her the night that she stayed with him when her child was so thrilled to have her around that she should get a lawyer. Hey, Cray Cray. Oh, good. I'm glad you're relaxing and I'm glad you're here. You do not have to participate. We love you anyway. Yeah, Ravina, he's got a look, your uncle. Yeah, Karen Reed was really interesting. No, 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 Kathleen. He got paid more than 5,000. He got paid at least 10,000 right off the bat because they raised it almost immediately because they were like, "This bitch is gonna make him work, 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 work." You know, hear me out, chicken shape. Lauren, he's boring and disgusting. Yeah, he is. But hear me out and ex Derek and everyone else make him very funny, amusing to me. I mean, I don't care. I don't really care about Lauren, but I enjoy other people enjoying themselves. Yes, Glass Bandicoot. The only thing that makes it Glass Bandicoot says I've been watching the Lauren recap and I'm on day 7. It's really rough to get started because of the disgusting nature of the crime and how into it he is. The only thing that saves is that he there really was no ultimate crime. Billy was paid extra for uploading the discovery onto the thumb drives that she never looked at. Exactly. Yeah, that's when I think he was supposed to be paid 5, but then that man from the JAC said to double it, and then Kathleen says another Sarah that's nuts is Sarah Joe Pender in prison. Yes, but didn't she? Oh wait a minute. Then she escaped in 2008 because she felt she had served enough time. I thought she was found. I thought they had a. Is she the one who? I have to look her up. I don't know if she's the one I'm thinking of, but I thought that her. I thought that they had an appeal for her or something. Yes, Gwen Pigeon. Examining the psychology of a person like Lauren is fascinating. And I mean, he's a very simple man, I think, but for such a simple man, he's pretty disgusting. Yeah. Hi, Lynn. Yeah, Owens is shamelessly sexist and possibly racist. I don't know. That's interesting. Oh, the Lenore Walker book. Yes, I have. Which I have the Lenore Walker book, Terrifying Love. Um, yeah, that the book that they had was not that one. That one was a lot more expensive, so I was like, well, this is what it's going to have to do. And this is just a lot of her, the cases that she worked in. Um, yeah, exactly. Ravina says to Gwen Pigeon, it's easy to that Lauren is just so disgusting. He just lets it all hang out. Yeah, he's completely unself conscious. It would be endearing if he wasn't so revolting. Maybe it wouldn't be. I don't know. Rose, kissy face, hard eyes. Hi, Jennifer. Ravina loves it when he cries, especially when he gets all blubbery about it. Yeah. He's he's another big baby. Yeah, it's true, Deb H. That's how I feel. I really, and I first started listening to them do. Yeah, I get it, and Tanika, that Lauren freaks you out. I mean, I can't argue with that. And I remember you saying that Tony Henderson scares you, and he scares me too. There's something about his eyes, and just he. Although I think from what we've heard, Owens might be worse. And I think Tony is a lot smarter than Owens too, and he knows case law better. I mean, but the way he speaks bothers me. Also, he's like a lazy talker. Oh, okay, that's the one I read. Lynn, there's a case in there that is, well, there are a lot of very interesting cases there, but yeah, that was just the start, right? It's like she was the pioneer there, and Luhor Walker. Yeah, you mentioned Owens. I get it, LTB. It's Lauren is not for everyone. Oh, hear me out. If Lauren was a prostitute, he'd explicitly proposition cops saying, "I'll have sex for money," and at the police station wearing his own GoPro and then do it again immediately after posting bail. That's right. Kathleen, Natalie Lawyer Chick. I love Natalie Lawyer Chick. I absolutely love her, Kathleen. She's one of my favorite, definitely one of my favorite law channel, and just she's wonderful. Had said that battered spouse syndrome is being rejected more and more by the courts. She was surprised by Boone using it. I know they say that it's no longer really in favor, but I mean, recently that woman also in Florida, Marcia Thompson, I think, she won that case and she used battered spouse. The problem is, I think it's abused a lot. It's like, I mean, as we've seen, but she was really. I mean, no one had anything nice to say about that guy. Good night, Picantus. This bashing Michael says this bashing party is the most fun I've had in a long time. Thank you all. I'm so glad. Me too. I like this because you're all chatting, so I don't feel too. We're just kind of hanging out, and I like that. Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. It is dark. November 2nd. That's when it changes. Oh, LTB beat me to it. I had to look it up. The friggin' Pope says someone show Lauren the video of Sarah as a kid on Nickelodeon and see if he thinks she's hot. He would, probably. I mean, I don't think he's that picky. Ravina Denver, mine too. Summa cum laude math. I love Natalie. I always miss her when she has to take time away. Yeah, I do too. I think she's just so smart. She's funny. She's natural, and she does not tolerate racism of any kind. And I like that. I mean, that should go without saying, but it doesn't. Hi, Miss says Owens and Henderson scare me. They are those deep get away with anything lawyers. I heard Sarah's PI is what. Oh, is that way as well? Hmm. Right, Robin. Bashing party is why we watch Lorne. It's true. Just all of us getting together and saying all the things we hate. Yeah, Dandy. It's a battered spouses being held to a higher standards of evidence and proof. Not always, apparently, but yes, it should be, I guess. Oh, you're in Vail, Colorado. Oh, Vail is nice. I like it there. Oh, I'm glad that we can distract you. And I'm sorry, and I understand the mixed feelings for Everwander. Her dad is in town, and she has mixed feelings. Yeah. I hope he's not staying with you. Hey, Sarah Bridget. November 2nd is when we change the clocks around. Unless you're not here, I guess. I don't know. That's a USA thing, right? Gwen, you think Sarah's thinking about all of us? Sarah Bridget, thank you for asking. They went well. He's doing very well, but he's not going home as quickly as probably it'll should be next week. I mean, I had to kind of get them. They wanted the like November 27th. I was like, no. Um, but he will be going home in the most a week, I hope. So, thank you for asking. He's doing well. Yeah, new baby. Oh, cute, cute. I was watching one of Tanika's old, like first videos, not old, but and Sugar Bear is so little. He's such a little baby. He's so cute. I love it here too, Michael. Thank you. Yeah, the friggin' Pope. I'm depressed all year though. I mean, I've always been that way. Not depressed, like, sometimes it's worse than others, but I'm what I would call depressive, I guess. Oh, I'm glad he's not staying with you, and I'm sorry about the questions about Jesus. Very sorry. Bethany Day, hi. Yeah, they might be telling her. I don't know. I mean, what I don't understand about the flying donkeys is why they would want to report back things that are going to make her angry. I mean, that's no fun for anyone. That can't be good for them. I mean, I would imagine she kind of turns on them, no? Oh, LTB, that's interesting. I've never tried them. I know. I had a therapist who suggested them to me and gave me like a prescription for one, and I was like, "Oh, I'm not doing this." Oh, Robin, are you in Denver? Why did I think you were in? See, I like winter. Well, but I don't know where you are. We don't get a lot of ice and stuff here. It's just not hot like hell. I mean, I like the heat when I'm at the beach, but when I'm on the street with the trash and it's, you know. Right, Bethany, they put a positive spin on our fun like Lana did. Yeah. Right, like we're all talking about how great she is or how, I don't know. Hello, baby. Hello again. Oh, you made on hummus. Look at you. You didn't miss much. I mean, if you were looking, you probably didn't miss anything. Yes, Dandy says it was sad watching an old CLR video about Sarah Boone at the beginning. Bruce says, "Hey, Michael, content king, say hi and let everyone know you're alive." Wasn't that? I mean, I think everyone loved their relationship, their father son relationship, right? And then, ugh, and I respect him so much. I like Bruce Rivers a lot, and I like his belief system, and I like his honesty, and he speaks candidly about what happened to his son, and I respect that. I think it's healthy for everyone. Kathleen says if there's a flying monkey lurking, tell Boone she's not getting an appeal. Well, if they help her with her legal wranglings, of course she'll get an appeal. What are you talking about? Did you see what happened in her? Or if they help her, or if that woman who James told us about, Mary Rice, she helps her. I mean, she's got quite the team now. Yeah, it's too bad she couldn't be there. I wonder how she's looking these days with her medicinal snacks. Sarah Bridget hates winter. Oh, yeah, it's not good for physical pain. I'm sorry about that. That's terrible. Yeah. I know there are certain climates that are better for certain things, like asthma or physical or like arthritis. And have fun, hello, baby, with your yoga and movie with your bestie. See you later. Hi, Bayul. Okay, Robin, you're in Denver, but you went to law school in Miami. And then practiced law in New York City for several years. That explains my confusion. I mean, possibly. Yeah, Jeff Sokol was really, to me, you could take a look at him and know that he was sinister in his own way. He was one of the uh, people they caught on To Catch a Predator with Chris Hansen. Hi, Eileen Heller. Get a light box. Yeah, that's what they were just. Were discussing that, and someone was saying it helped them so much. I. It's good to know. I know Bethany Day. I can't wait to see the new baby too. I always like to see the old baby also. Oh wow, Miss 56. Missing my mom today. She left in June. She would have been 100 on the 26th. Wow. Sorry. Oh, Margarita is back. She wishes CLR Bruce Rivers was her dad. Well, from what I hear, you wish almost anyone was your dad. My father used to say that when he was a kid, he would fantasize that his father was Tarzan or anyone other than his father. Probably Dandy, the pizza place. Ugh. Oh, Tanika, I hope. Well, you don't have long to go. I felt like I couldn't believe you were still doing anything 3 months ago. I mean, I was just thinking about it. I was like, oh, God. And going to Florida with the heat, I was like, I'm very impressed. I mean, it's for a good cause. Yeah, it's a nice long life. Oh, yes, Jessica Love. I know. I understand why Sokol made you think of Martha Moxley. Right. Oh, that guy. I gotta turn on. I have my air on because my apartment is still gets hot. Bye again, Margarita. Stay Hispanic. Yeah. I always want to eat pizza. Miss 56 says that her mom, who would be 100 on the 26th this month, but she passed away. Sorry, that was actually my mother calling me, but I didn't answer because I'm not a good daughter. I will call her back. She was a really good mom. I was so blessed. She was mistreated at the end by my sister. Oh, makes it that much harder. That's not good. She didn't deserve it at all. She lived through the Great Depression and women's rights. That's terrible. Ugh, it's so much worse. It's very hard when you have a parent who has led a very difficult life. My father had a horrible, horrible childhood. You never really get over that, even as their child. And it's also made me, I think, in a very healthy way, less forgiving about certain things because when you have a good parent, a healthy, emotionally healthy parent who's not perfect, but has led a very difficult life, it makes you realize that there's really no excuse for doing horrible things to your children, or, it makes you less vulnerable to making excuses for people who don't treat other people well. Yeah, Sarah Bridget. Flying donkeys is funny, right? I didn't know if it was a typo or what, but it's hilarious. Reby says, I am my mother's full time caretaker. She is 90. Yeah, that's that's a tough job. Super Kelly G about Sarah Boone says, I always think about Owens working to get her racist remarks removed from the interrogation video. Yeah, and they did. Well, it wasn't just racist remarks, right? It was the thing about Eli. Um, was yes, racist, but also just showed what kind of snitch. I mean, it really it's disgusting. I'm sorry, Miss, for your loss. James Booth said he was hoping his niece would call him during the live. He was going to give us an update on what Sarah was doing at this moment. Yes, that would have been nice. Janika says to Reby, I know it sounds cliche, but try to remember self care when you can. It's hard to pour from an empty cup. Yeah, it's true. Especially when caring for someone constantly is. Tam Tam used to watch his and Natalie Lawyer Chick's Daryl Brooks content. I also used to fall asleep to it. Are we weird? I don't know, but we all seem to do that, so. Bethany Day says she hopes she doesn't that Judge Jackson doesn't make Sarah Boone's son visit much. I visited my brother in maximum security, and it was a brutal trip. Yeah, I bet. And I mean, I feel like I don't know anything about your brother, and but I feel like visiting one's mother there would be very painful, right? Like it's. I'm sure it's no fun no matter what. Oh, that's nice, Miss. Jennifer Shell High says, if I think if Sarah Boone's son does visit, she will have a breakdown. He's grown into a young man, not a 9-year-old boy. I know she doesn't do video visits. It's a real visit. I don't think she cares what he's turned into. Honestly, I don't think I mean, she might be a little surprised, but I don't think she experiences her child the way a lot of people do. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's an interesting point. Who are you talking about, Robin and Carolina and uh, whoever else I just read about falling asleep, is that, oh, was it Paul from Reporting Live from My Sofa? His latest Daryl, was it a Daryl Brooks book? Oh, Donna Adelson, right? Yes. I haven't seen it yet, but I saw the thumbnail. I love him. I love Paul from Reporting Live from My Sofa. He is so funny and natural. I just, what you see is what you get with him. He's fabulous. He's so good. I loved his Sarah coverage too. I mean, he's smart. Oh, I'm so glad, Reby. That's that's what's so great about this the crime community. Oddly, is we all keep each other company, and it's just such a lovely community. Sometimes my mom will read, like, I've said this before, but she watches like the first minute or two of my videos just to make sure I'm not embarrassing her. And then sometimes she'll read the comments and she always says, that's such a nice, smart, kind group of people. And I'm like, I know. It's like I had no idea what to expect. You know, you often hear people talking about how nasty people could be in the comments and stuff. And right, Boonson will be 15th and the 28th of this month. He's a young man. I hope he writes a book when he's older, Raising Sarah Boone, or some such snark. Yeah, I the townhome of my mother. Um, remember Tanika when she was writing to one of the judges? I think it was Wooden something. I've spent 4 years of three of my birthdays here and four of my sons, or something like that. Their birthdays are like 18 days apart. What the hell was that? She didn't. I could see if she got there on October 20th, but she got there in February. How is that even a possible mistake to make? I don't understand it. Who did one on Sarah? Carolina. Oh, recently, yes, Paul. Yes, with the lip, like dubbing or whatever it's called. It was very funny. I saw it. He really gets her, you know. I mean, I guess he gets almost everyone, but the Sarah Boone thing, of course, they always, because yeah, Dandy. I'm gonna definitely check those out too. The Adelson ones. Yeah, Sarah Boone's son does have a good father, I think, and I think he'll. I don't know why I get the sense that he'll be all right. Oh, Jackie Fulford. Yes, Tom Petty. It is Last Bandicoot. I agree. Gwen Pidge and I would love a book by juror number three too. That's the one person. I don't really care for interviewing people because I don't think that would make me nervous or whatever. But I would interview. juror number three, I would start by proposing to him just to get it out of the way. That's interesting, Robin. Robin, the ADR pro, says she really likes watching non lawyers because you are really just people who make up juries. I guess you could also be male. I don't know. I assumed you're female. Um, you already know how to think as a lawyer. I wondered about that too. I always wonder, like, you know, I mean, that makes sense to me because generally speaking, I mean, there are some cases are uh, very um, kind of split, like Karen Reed. Not that split, maybe, but generally speaking, everyone is. I've served on a jury many times, and I'm always amazed at how good jurors are. Like, because there are a lot of stupid people out there, But and generally speaking, when you take 12 people together and they can come up with the smart, they generally all feel the same. They see it the same way, and of course, they see it in the way that I feel is right because I feel the same way as they do. It's really uh, the first time I was very young when I was a juror. The first time I was like 18, like I just registered to vote or whatever. I was called right away, and I ever since then have had such a respect for the justice system. It's fascinating. Pretend Judge wants the Delphine documentary. I don't care if Sarah refuses to participate. Use Sarah the duck and tell me more. Yeah, Jeb, it's true. It's very sad when people don't have, I mean, of course, when anything bad happens to children, obviously. I mean, yeah, you're lucky to have had a wonderful childhood. Right. That Forever Wonder says that Brian's son got into that engineering program. And they go to games every month. And he's got a girlfriend. I mean, he's sounds like he's living a nice life. I mean, it could be a lot worse. He could be being teased. And I mean, he probably, I don't know what went on there in before they moved, but it couldn't have been that great. Although I'm not sure that's why they moved because I remember Brian saying, Brian got a lot of information out during that body cam on the day of. And I remember him saying that he wanted to move back to where he is now. But he stayed close because of Sarah. And, oh, good Lord. Carolina says she wants Brian and son to send a wedding invitation since Sarah a wedding invitation since she complained so much about not writing to her. Yeah. And I mean, listen, if Brian is going to get married, if she likes to be included, maybe she can help plan the wedding, you know? Yeah, twice a year visits is more than enough. Ravina says, I think that Sarah, Brian, and George are having some weird love triangle. She always ran to Brian's and he was really involved for an ex. I don't think it was a love triangle. I think that George was just very easygoing and Sarah's a lunatic. And when Sarah ran out of booze and cigarettes, she probably also ran over there. Hi, dog spirit Carly. I think that Brian will never will. I don't think Brian will ever marry another woman after Sarah Boone. I mean, I could see why not. Jessica loves Sarah. Summa cum laude mouth. Did you ever read V.C. Andrews? She's still writing books. No, I haven't. Carolina Hurtado says, I've been looking into it and I found out that Judge Jackson will look into Sarah's criminal background. Right. Makes me wonder if that's what's taking her so long. Watching Sarah's trial, interrogation, and therapy, possibly. Jennifer Shale says Brian does not need Sarah's drink recommendation for his wedding. Imagine. Hi, Disney Mom. I visited someone in jail as an adult. It was awful, dirty, smelly, just gross. Yeah, let little man not have that experience. Yeah, it'll just remind him of her horrible townhome. Pluty Hooter says, I think she might get one visit from her son, but good luck making him go a second time after the body search and the sheer amount of time it will take out of his weekend. Absolutely. And I mean, maximum amount of time she wants. I don't know if I missed Tanika's, if she mentioned that thing about that weird thing that Sarah said about the birthdays. Like, squirrel. Oh no, your mother reads these? Hi, Mrs. Suma. Apologize for anything offensive I might have said. Not easy to offend her. We're good. And also, she won't watch this. She would have long abandoned this. I actually just listened to her message. She's not watching. Carry on. Say what you like. Are the Delpines around at all anymore? Yes, Squirrel. I remember you have a very interesting job. Squirrel works with jurors every day, very intelligent on the whole. Each panel I compared to Buddhist Mandela, create a created thing of beauty, then poof. Interesting. Yeah, Brian offered way too many in person visits. I hope the judge scales that way back to 5 a year. Yeah, I don't know. To me, that sounds like that one visit, 3 hours total round trip, and then being there and all of that to me, it's like almost not worth living if you have to do that once a month. I mean, I know that's a little bit extreme, but sounds horrible. Yes, Squirrel, they take their role very seriously. They do. It's really it's just fascinating. The process is so interesting and it makes you really feel better about the human race because people do take it seriously and they take an oath and they take that seriously. Not everyone, but the jurors. Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean Sarah was Carolina. Sarah was definitely, and we know that she was cheating. She's such a hooker, such a liar. Jennifer Shell says, "I don't want to know what magic Sarah was doing to keep George and Brian around. I don't think she was doing any magic." Deb H says, "In my opinion, the son will need therapy after this first visit." Yeah, ugh. I think he's in therapy. Yeah, so Joette Connor says Sarah needs to make friends with the ladies that make hooch in the prisons. There's a lot of it around. From what I've gathered, and I've, watched a lot of prison for many years, even before Sarah, a lot of prison content. Drugs are easier to get. Um, who knows? I don't know if Sarah. I mean, this is very interesting what James Booth said because apparently, I mean, that woman is helping Sarah, but I believe there was another. Didn't he say that people don't like her so much? And I mean, she's gonna be there forever, so people are generally like those people usually have an easier time. I think because they're not going anywhere. I don't know. I'd love to see Boone's messages since August and see how she thinks the trial went too, Kathleen. Yes, it is a great description, Squirrel. Yeah, they really don't often get it wrong. It happens, but I mean, even when we think about like the jurors after they were interviewed after the um, Anthony case, which was the one that made us nervous forever now, is even that they were taking it very seriously, and they felt, and they were not wrong, that they could not reason. It was not beyond a reasonable doubt. And I think, that the prosecuting attorneys learned a lot from that case because I mean, in a way, understandably felt that, I mean, come on, they thought she was guilty, but they just didn't feel that it had been proven. That's how I see it anyway. Kathleen, I know I wouldn't be surprised if we see Sarah on those prisoner dating sites, although I'm not sure she would put herself out there like that. Especially because she thinks we're all watching her. I mean, she's not wrong. Robin says to Tam, what Brian is asking for will narrow her interference in her son's life. Sarah Boone is not getting what she asked for in the missing pages. Kathleen says, I think she probably thinks she did great. I think Sarah always thinks she does great. Whether or not she thinks it immediately, she convinces herself very, very quickly. She makes an immediate recovery. Like, yeah, guys, I get it. This looks bad. Other than this, what was the cause of death? You mean other than you stuffing him into a suitcase and leaving him like that overnight? Nothing else was the cause of death. Jennifer Schill. There's a prisoner dating website. My own town is gross enough. Yeah, I hear you. Everyone's town is gross enough, I think. But yes, there are many prisoner websites. Oh, yeah. You can date a prisoner, and that's how love after lockup happened. Not always, not all of them, but a lot of the couples met that way. Robin says Sarah Boone always thinks she did great and that the judge or jury was corrupt and got it wrong. Yeah, well, I mean, it was, if she didn't do well, it was through no fault of her own, and it's not because she's guilty, it's because everyone's always against her. Like George was against her. I mean, that's why she didn't have any friends and didn't have a job and drank too much and peed all over herself, was because of George. So, right, not guilty does not equal innocent. Yeah, Carolina, exactly. As um, as you say, she went and told the other inmates that she's got him by the balls. Yeah, I'm. My guess would be a lot of those inmates see right through her. Bethany Day says, "I like Judge Jackson. I think she will do right by Brian. I do too. I think most judges would see can see through Sarah Boone and get an idea of. I mean, she doesn't leave it a mystery. She certainly tells on herself more than almost anyone I've ever heard, or anyone. TV lowered expectations. Sarah Boone. I'm a straight A student and out lowered expectations. I'm a straight A student, an outstanding mother to my son. I like puzzles, painting, and recording home movies. He was losing teeth. He was going to go any day, much like Tammy Daybell. It was only a matter of seconds for him. How is that Sarah's fault? That's right. So, other than this, what do you think? So, when are you going to get the when are you going to know what? I mean, like, when are you gonna know? Yeah, she would have been. She doesn't care about getting out. She had her own agenda. She wanted to tell her truth, and her never thought of her son during that whole process at all. Jennifer Shell says, "I saw Danielle Chavon in the chat. I think you could make a great dating profile cartoon." Yeah, I don't know if she's still in, but she could, and but she will. Kathleen says her flying monkeys are illegally doing legal work for Boone and could get into some trouble for unauthorized practice of law. She could sue them for any loss that incurs. That would be so fun. Is that true? I thought they. I don't know. I mean, is that true that they can? She could sue. I mean, I don't. You can't get blood from a stone, you know. Pluty Hooter says, "I'm still pissed off that she used her son's painting set for his that his grandma gave him. I am too. That resource, you mean? Dan D loves that. Loves that she did that." Bethany Day. "I nearly peed my pants laughing the first time I heard you call her dogs Helen and Keller." Thank you. That was not my original thing. We still don't know exactly who started that. We've now everyone has been named as the potential, but we'll find out. And tonight I'm going to ask um, Polynomial if it was her in Hear Me Out's chat. We got to get to the bottom of this. I would love to take the credit for it because I think it's hilarious. I am a fan of 90s catchphrases and even starred on a popular game show. Hey, Margot. That was one of Sarah's ultimate resources. That's right. Mary L., how much longer do we have to wait for the family court ruling? Tell me and we'll both know, Mary. Tam, I used to watch Love After Lockup. Sarah may try out for the spin off during Love During Lockup. That's right. Oh my God. I used to watch Love After Lockup too. It's the only reality show I've really indulged in. I mean, just because it was, I found it kind of interesting. Yeah, swearing on her son's life. That's so disgusting. I've met people who do that, not many. And I always find it to be so revolting, whether or not they're telling the truth. It's just something that I just feel like is, I mean, as everyone feels, I guess. Hey, Noni. Um, oh, I'm glad that we got you through working late. Have a safe trip home. Um, I think that everyone felt that way. That made me feel a lot better because I always thought it was one of those things where, like, I never really talked about it, but when somebody would say, like, I swear on so and so's life or whatever, I'd say, that's just like, I would automatically think that that person was not good. And I mean, there were usually other signs before that too, but yeah. So, and I mean, as if Chelsea didn't already hate her, that did it. I felt like Chelsea was at that point. She was like, I don't know you. You want to swear on your son's life. That's fine. Like, ugh, yeah, giving Brian's address. I don't know why they didn't get in trouble for that. Honestly, those flying donkeys. Do they get a birthday cupcake or honey bun in prison? I doubt it. And I mean, I don't know what goes on now between Sarah and Brian and the son, but depending, she can't even drive them crazy for her birthday, for her hot meals or her card or whatever. Sick. Bethany Day, how am I an urban legend? I didn't make up the Helen Keller thing, so I don't know if I can. Yeah, Sarah's dismissive about everything. She just doesn't give a shit about anyone, so. Yeah, swore on her son's life and then continued to lie. And some of the things she knew, I mean, the whole thing is she's such a disgraceful excuse for a human being. Authorized representative, right? Her third party representatives, right? So disgusting. I don't understand why they're getting away. I mean, I guess there's only so many. It's kind of like Sarah getting away with calling 911 for no reason and lying and making false claims. Gail Marie, hi. Yeah, you caught us. We are here. We've been here for hours, so I'm glad that you caught us. Prison charcuterie, ramen noodles and mayo packets. Yeah, oof. Yeah. Actually, then, well, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing is Tanika says she can't wait to tell on herself. Vinyl record for his vinyl record player. She's such a ugh. I always say this, but I don't want her to be physically attacked. I don't want anyone to be most people I don't want to be physically attacked, but Sarah in particular because she will love being, hey, Kel, yeah. She will love being a victim, you know? Hey, Shannon. I think I said, may have said hello to you before. Oh, I lost it when you started quoting Big Daddy Kane. Listen, me and Big Daddy, we are like that, unbeknownst to him. I love him. You're the only person who's mentioned that, actually. I don't know if Christine is still around, Sarah. Hi, again. Christina, Christina. Yeah, I love Big Daddy Kane. That's such a great, that's such a good song. I mean, I wanted to do the whole rap because it's so good. It just gets better and better and better, but I controlled myself. Don't forget about Sarah's wardrobe: her pink shorts, no bra, barefoot, and a dollar gas station T-shirt. Yeah, I just bought this. Like that's nothing to brag about, bitch. That's what are you doing? And who cares? Oh, thank you, Jennifer Mills. Yeah, you made it. I'm so glad that you made it. Thank you, Kelly. Yeah, yeah. BDK was the man, the smooth operator. We don't know if Sarah has any friends at Lowell, but we do know from I don't know if he's still here, James Booth. His niece is in the same um, dorm, I guess, as Sarah. I don't know if that's what they call it, but and she does report back, and I don't know. I mean, it wasn't that long ago that we just discussed it, but I think he said that she's not like people don't like her, right? Can someone refresh because I already forgot. I don't think she's that well liked, although there is some murderer helping her out in the law library. I don't know what she's doing in that law library. I find it hard to believe she's ever even in that law library. Maybe she's not. Maybe she's just getting. Well, you know, she might have friends now that George isn't around to terrify them all. I don't think she has bunkmates. I think she's in a cell, which is too bad because she is claustrophobic. Although I do think I know someone made a comment about her being put in solitaire, but I think that may have been a while ago. I don't know if it happened again. I do love that for her though, because she can just sit there without a peep, and I think she should. I want, yeah. Well, I can see Sarah still being in the mix with Christina, but I don't see Christina. Why, But Christina has, I think um, she, I don't know. There's something. She seems vulnerable. Maybe she's never had anyone help her with anything to the point that even Sarah seemed like she was helping her. I don't know. Do the whole rap, do it. I will regret it if I do it. But my favorite line is, now what's a title that fits me? A champ like Tyson, a captain like Kirk. Yo, employee of the month, because yo, I do work. The K-A-N-E's on the J-O-B, because I get it done. Yeah, the swearing on, hi Eve, we were just discussing that actually. The swearing on her son's life is Oh, yeah, the precious life of her son, of all people. I mean, who you don't swear on anyone's life. That's psychotic. But swears on her little boy's life and lies. Like, just doesn't care. I mean, as if we needed any more to know that she does not give a shit about her own child. Like, I hate to even say that. My background is gray. Oh, Tam Tam missed the rap. Well, you're gonna have to rewind because. Hi, Elwood. Remember when she was complaining about spending another Mother's Day in jail, and her brother said, "I hope it's your last." Yeah, yeah, because Mother's Day is so important to her. You know, as a woman who could barely even. I mean, I'm so glad that Brian got some of those zingers into her in that trial that she was saying. Um, he was like, I don't know, it just seemed like you were having a good. When she Brianed him. Townhome. Yeah, it's an apartment. Town. They do say townhome a lot in Florida, but you know what they don't say? Stairwell, because it's not a stairwell; it's your stairs. Everything's so fucking fancy with her, and she's just this hobo. Oh, look at you, Sub Rosa. Yeah, it's peel and stick paper. I got it on Amazon. I love it. He's the best, isn't he? He's so good. I mean, he's a true talent. I mean, I like there are a lot of obvious. There's a lot of classic rap OGs that I love. Just joining now. Welcome. Elwood says, I was wondering if you'd have any guests to discuss Sarah Boone like Tanika or SKR. I love that. Yeah, we actually, Danielle and I had a brief exchange during her premiere earlier about doing a collab, and I'm sure we will all. I don't know about SKR because I mean, I've never interacted with him, but everyone else we have. We have a uh, very generous community. We're all, I mean, we're not talking every day or anything, but I think we will probably do a few things in the future. I hope. Yeah. So listen, Sarah, I can't with her. I can, and I do nonstop. Oh yeah, Glass Bandicoot. Bandicoot? Am I spelling it, pronouncing that wrong? By the way, I blew up the photo of the black guy, and you can see the Photoshop. Yes, I did too. Of course, I mean, yeah. It's just she covers her other eye with. You can erase it. It makes a black mark. Yeah, I actually did it on one of my of a photo of myself. I use like layers to. I'm not sure if she would go that deep into it, but it's not a black eye. Also, the look on her face in that picture makes me so angry because she's so pleased with herself. There's like a smug quality there. Like, yeah, science fair flashbacks, Bethany Day. Exactly. He had that on foam core, and he was like, "Watch this," and we were like, "No." And Cacciatore was like, "Watch this, watch this, watch this." Idiot. Right, seriously. No sharing space with other people's artwork. Um, I hope she has her own cell because she hates being alone. I'm just sitting here reading. I know it's not very entertaining. I apologize. Does anyone know a female in Lowell we could give her some food packages if she could check out some of Boone's? Um, we do. We have someone. We There is one of our um, fellow subscribers, fellow Boone people. His niece is in Lowell in the same bunk or the same dorm or whatever they call it as Sarah. So, and he told us that uh, this other murderer was helping her. I guess she works in the law library. I mean, I don't know what kind of help that was, but yeah, that's why I'm here now. I'm still helping him. Three to the dome. So good. Did anybody notice the pineapple on her front door? Wonder how often it was flipped upside down. Well, Pluty Hooter, we have discussed this, and I don't think that Sarah was a. I don't think she was sober enough to be a swinger, even if she wanted to, if that's what you're saying. And I don't even know if she was sober enough to know if it was upside down or right side up. But I know that she was very stupid because for somebody who called 911 practically every day, she shouldn't cover the number on her three door. Hey, C. Morales. Yeah, Bethany Deb. She says she's never sworn anything on her kid's life. I mean, I wouldn't even swear something on the life of somebody who I can't stand, let alone a child. I mean, just like this. But as I have said and just said a few minutes ago, Chelsea's response to that was she was just completely finished at that moment. I mean, she was already touch and go, but she was like, all right, now just bye bye forever. Sometimes my chat freezes. Sub Rosa, the pineapple is a symbol of white people doing wrong to their fellow humans. Yep. Kathleen says when Boone gets awarded $0.00, she will cry real tears for the first time in about 6 years, or ever, possibly. She will be sadder about no money. Oh, I don't. I've never seen her cry for real. I don't think. Than she was about George. Oh, absolutely, and she won't even think about her son. I mean, that's a non-issue for her. Yeah. So, Glass Bandicoot. We think of pineapples as being a symbol of wealth and hospitality, but that all started by um, plantation slave owners. That's where it originated from. So it was generally a symbol that you had slaves. You know, racism ruins absolutely everything. There's nothing that you can find that if you dig a little deeper that didn't start with some kind of racism. It's I know I thought the pineapple was a lovely sign of hospitality, and then I looked into it, and here we are. Nobody would swing with Sarah Tanika. Come on. Yeah, disgusting. Yeah, Sarah is a hard no. I've never had a threesome. I'm not a good multitasker. But Sarah is a definite. I mean, oh no, even a twosome with Sarah is disgusting. So, yeah. Pluty Hooter says Kathleen, for sure she will need a turtle suit and supervision. Getting no alimony will be worse than the guilty verdict. Yeah, this is going to really hit home. Which is why I don't understand why she did such a terrible. Why she can't even pull it together for that. I mean, she. That's the thing. I was like, all right, well, now I don't. I mean, she just can't help herself. She just has to give all of her. She thinks she's winning. I don't know. Elwood says, what is everyone's favorite Sarah Boone quote, most unhinged moment? I'll go first. You know you're under oath, right? Yeah. I mean, that one, um, twice she did that. Like, uh, I lied to the police and basically everyone. You know you're under oath, right? Yeah, we need those phone calls is right. No, she wasn't. Definitely Carolina. She was not doing CPR. She was faking it. Then I'm still doing CPR. One, two, and even I mean that nice man trying to talk her through it. He lost his mind. He was like, "Just stop, just ma'am, just keep, just." Ugh. Two other Jab says two other nutcases criminals: Ruby Frankie and Jody Hildebrand, super bad people, and Shonda Vander Ark. Shonda Vander Ark, I can't even. I mean, yeah, they were extremely difficult to watch. Shonda especially. That was. I mean, Ruby and Jody, there no one died, thank God, and it was terrible. I mean, and the also the Turpin 13. Oh my God. See, I don't like those stories are no fun. I mean, not that this is it's just when for some reason when people starve children, I get very upset. I don't know why. So I'm funny that way. Yeah, Brian Calloway Boone. That one was in the Brian. I think my favorite may have been. Do you think he's upset when he hangs up with me because you let him curse? Carolina Hurtado, I don't know. They might show up for others, their other trial. I mean, I think once there seems to be, they understand each other. It's like, I think there are inmates who remain friends and they have an understanding between each other. I don't know. I think she must have been very impressionable, Christina. I have no idea. And I mean, she didn't do her any favors showing up there. Yeah, the big potato monologue. Barry Adams says lives rent free in my head. Yeah. I mean, it's sexy as hell, right? If we Jennifer Mills says if we dive into the psyche of the blackened eye photo, it was very primitive Photoshop, but take that step in order to make someone see your pain that does exist. Attempt to see the unseen. Yeah, except I'm not sure if that was pain or revenge with Sarah. I don't know with Sarah. I don't. I just find it very hard to believe that there's any real pain there. I think she's just evil, like just nasty through and through. I've not seen her do anything that was not just driven by nastiness. Yeah, I don't think you understand who I am. Well, tell me. I'm an outstanding mother to my son. I excel at everything. He was like, "What?" He was just like, "Okay." I really think my feeling is that Scott Lowen, who was a seasoned detective at that time, was gobsmacked, just completely flabbergasted by Sarah Boone. I just don't think he could get it. That's why in my opinion, that's why he kept being like. So I'm just trying to understand, like, what did you expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a suitcase? Like he was just trying to, and then he kept trying to say to her like, when someone is told that their son is dead, they're not really thinking about, and then a few times he would be interrupted, and then ultimately what he would get from her is, are you trying to make me feel worse? And I think that just left him with more questions like, what is this creature? I mean, this is a seasoned homicide detective, and this is how he feels. In my opinion, that's what was going on there. I don't know. Tell me what you think. Do you know what ragdoll is? Paige says. Right. Have you ever called me a murderer? Felix Natalis Diaz. Happy birthday in Latin. Hi, Vintage Voyager. Yeah, she wasn't doing CPR. She had a cigarette in one hand and a drink in the other. Absolutely. She was standing down there. And did you drink? I loved it when Mr. J asked her, did you drink in your townhome? But you did, right? Smoke in your townhome? Sometimes. She didn't even know what to lie about. I guess, I don't know. She's so. I always know what to do and how to do it. I just. Yeah, let him squirm a little or whatever. The second Kayla Rodriguez shows up, she's telling on herself. Right, forever wonder about the pineapple. I mean, it's not, a lot of people don't know that. It's not their fault. I mean, I happen to look into it because I don't like using symbols that I don't know what they really are. And I was actually getting thank you cards, and they had pineapples on them. They were very pretty, like golden bus, real classy. But I was like, I'm not really sure. Like, to me, it's like hospitality, but there's got to be a symbol for something. And then I was like, you know what? I'm glad I looked because we're done here with the pineapple and me. Over. Have you ever called me a killerer? I think I'm gonna have to cut this off in a little bit because we have the Lorne live, and unlike Hear Me Out, I'm not gonna have a live during his. I mean, also we have been here for many hours, so bend over. You mean Ben, the gentleman, or that's a different Ben? Yes, Jennifer Shell. She kept saying, "Are you assuming?" We're not assuming. So you're assuming. Yeah, Tam Tam. That Vander Ark thing was a fucking horror show, and she is horrible, horrible person, obviously. And she's also, I mean, not as ridiculous acting as Sarah, but, and not stupid, I don't think. But really not winning any popularity contests. Just her hairdo alone with those two braids. I was like, are you trying to get the worst I mean, not that she wasn't going to anyway, but wow. Guys, you're killing me. Right, Kel, yeah. Would you say you had an on again and off again relationship? No. I'd say we were boyfriend girlfriend. Well, you would go and then you would break up and right many times. Okay, so on again, off again. What the fuck is wrong with her? Paige says that I love that in the psychopath awards on Scott Rouse's channel, she won stupidest psychopath. Who won? Was it Sarah or Shanda? Shonda. But I would never do that. But you did. I just don't get it. She still talks about George in the present tense often, and I don't know what that is. If that's intentional or what. Susan Down once said in her taped memoirs, I feel dead inside. Does Sarah feel anything? No. I'm sure she never feels dead inside. Okay, I'll see you soon. Hear me out. Diane Downs. I kind of figured. Diane Downs is maybe the closest we've seen. I don't know. Very hard to say, right? And thank you. Hear me out. He just shows up here every once in a while and gives me money. I mean, I really can't complain. Editing Lauren pictures. How are your eyes not burned yet? That's why he drinks to forget. Diane Downs. Yeah, I don't know why. I just kind of assumed that's who we were talking about. She's. I also want. Okay, I have a Diane Downs question, and then I'm gonna have to say goodnight. Maybe we'll get back to it tomorrow. Um, the question is, I seem to remember, but don't. I haven't seen this lately, like confirmed. Did Diane Downs tell the doctors not to to pull the plug on the daughter that lived when they were saying she's and she was like, did she say just because that is very suspicious looking? Yeah, Diane Downs thinks she's getting paroled. Well, she's very concerned about her aging parents. Oh, Susan Smith. Yes, she's another one. She's a horrible one, also. I mean, they're both horrible. They both did the same shit for the same stupid reason. You're trying to make me feel worse? He was, I think he was really speechless at that moment. Diana is still making new versions. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. But she claims that she would be smarter about it if she was, I just, she sure did. Bethany Day, she said, let her go if she was going to be mentally diminished. Thank you. I remember that as I don't know if I saw it on like a forensic files or what it was the first time I saw it, but when I heard that I was like, that's a red flag right there. Thank you, Sub Rosa. Thank you, everyone. This was so fun. Blood Beth, Carolina, everyone. Um, Squirrel. I mean, just all of you are so wonderful, and I just can't thank you enough for being amazing. And that's what I got. That's all I got. I hope this was fun for you. I mean, and don't ever stay if it's not. I won't take it personally. I'll cry a lot when I go to sleep at night, but that's all. Yeah, he was astounded. He's like, "What? You trying to make me feel?" Anyway, I don't like long goodbyes. Mr. J's boss daddy. Um, oh, good, Dandy. Of course, they all blame a person of color. I mean, which is the just no, that makes me so fucking angry. That no, I can't even talk about that right now. I don't have that kind of time. Thank you for spending this horrible day in history with me. I will see you very soon. Bye. Hi, Angela Henry.